Good evening and salutations, my soap opera fans. So, as the title suggests, Rebecca, I can try to pronounce that last name, Rebecca joins the cast of The Bold and the Beautiful. Now, Rebecca, I can try to pronounce that. We're going to be simply talking about all the soaps tonight. I know I started a little bit earlier, but I couldn't finish. I couldn't wait to finish watching The Bold and the Beautiful to sit there and start talking about this stuff. Um, yeah, she joins the cast of Bold and the Beautiful. Seems to be some bold times going on. If you believe in some of the rumors and some of the stuff that's been out. Amy's in the chat. How you doing tonight? Hope all is well with you. Hope you had a great day. So let's see. Let's see what we got so far. We got General Hospital. We got Brian that came back yesterday. On the Bold and the Beautiful, we got Rebecca. That's actually going to be playing Taylor. Days of Our Lives is supposed to have Sammy. And Young and Restless had Cameron Kirk. We got a lot going on. We got a lot to talk about. One of the many reasons I started early. So let's sit there and do a quick roll call and get this started. Amy's in the chat. How you doing tonight? Patty's in the chat. How you doing tonight? Ed is in the chat. How you doing tonight? Susan R is in the chat. How you doing tonight? Blackman, aka Mr. G Q, is in the chat. Hope all had a good day. I had a good day because I was off of work, so that's always a fun day to have. I'm doing good, Ed. I'm doing pretty damn good. Um, Autumn, what's good, Susan? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. It's always a pleasure to see you, Susan. Autumn, hey, why would Kevin tell Ava anything about something? Yeah, it did seem like it was kind of a slip up. Yeah, exactly. That's exact. I agree. What's good, Francis? How are you doing? Hope all is well. But yes, I'm doing good, Black man. I'm doing good. I had the day off, so I could not really complain. It's always having a good always having it's always a good day to have. It's always a good day when I'm off from work. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate that. I'll spoil the surprise now. So I'll sit there and tell y'all now. Later on, we're going to be joined by DC Soap Sanctuary. So he's going to come on 8-ish. So we'll see. Thank you, Susan. Thank you. Um, I mean, 3 hours of a live stream is kind of ambitious. Kind of ambitious. Like you gotta have a whole lot to talk about. But I'm fired up right now. I really am, and not in a negative way. Just Y&R. I just finished watching Y&R, and when Kyle came in the house and Summer was like, "What are you doing here?" I was like, I know she did not just ask that. So I was about to go in on Summer, and then Kyle was like, "What did you do to my son?" or something. And I was like, "God damn it, Kyle!" I was like, "God damn it." Francis says, "Soaps are boring to except for GH." Um, well, I enjoy Y&R. Days could do a little bit more better now. Yes, and like I said, I'm going to literally be champion the new Molly, Christina. I think that's her name, Kristen or Christina. Which one is it? How do you pronounce her name? Wow, so I have to sit there and Google her name. What's her name? Is it Christina or is it Christine? I think it's Christine, right? She's been killing it. That girl is killing it, and I'm old Molly could sit there and fix her life and get on with her life. Oh, Kristen. Kristen. Yes, that's her name. What the hell is her name? That's her name. Yes, Kristen. Kristen V. And you know the sad. I mean, here's the sad news, Susan. So remember the first Molly recast that we got and how bad she was. Do you think that if they gave her that same material, would she would have knocked it out the park? Because I think people just had a bad perception of her from jump. Do you think she would actually did a good job if we had the first Molly recast? You know, the one that looked like she was 30 years older. As says, good seeing the Ashford family today and Stella MVP. TJ did his thing today. His crime scenes weren't bad. It actually really was. It actually really was. I'm sorry, Ed. I'm not sorry. It was actually pretty bad. Um, Francis was not good at it. No, she was not, Susan. Okay, well, I figure I kind of give some announcements now. First, this announcement that I've always been saying that I need to keep saying for a couple of reasons. One, there's 13 people in this chat. There's one of me. So if I miss your comment, do not sit there and get upset. Now, the reason I've been sitting there saying this so much is that because when I first started doing these live streams, I would sit there and read every single comment. Because I had about like 12, 10, or 8, 7 people. But I also realized that it's not a point of a stream to sit there and just read every single person's comment. Of course, it's important to pay attention to the chat, but not to read every single comment. So I guess in a way, I'm kind of getting people out of that practice that I used to do. What's good, Darby? Hope all is well in your world, Darby. Yeah, I want to kind of get people out of that mind frame. Because sometimes people would sit there and say, you missed my comment or whatever, it starts to actually piss me off because it's like I'm gonna miss comments. So Darby says, I'm getting upset. Please tell me why I'm getting upset. I don't know. Why are you getting upset? Yeah, Susan, I was waiting for that too. Scenes with Finn and Steffi. Darby says, why so serious? I'm not serious. Yeah, I agree. The new Molly's here to stay, and we don't need Haley, whatever her name is, back. We don't need her back. We don't need her back. No, Darby, I know I'm not serious. I just want to think give that announcement because it's important. Um, he probably came in during the middle of it, but yeah, just want to get that out the way. Um, but yeah, it was actually pretty boring, Susan. It was. Actually, to tell you the truth, this episode of Bold and the Beautiful wasn't even really that great. That's true, Darby. Heath Ledger. I always mispronounce his name, Darby. I don't know why. Susan, yeah, no, I know exactly what you meant. I knew exactly what you meant. No, it wasn't. And like I said, Susan, honestly, to tell you the truth, the episode wasn't really that great. Um, I mean, hell, one of my plans, hopefully, if I can sit there and do. That's right, Sean. I am here early. I am here early. Want to come in and was fired up, John. Fired up. Plus, I know when DC comes in, it's going to be mostly me and him talking. And we'll probably answer comments from time to time, but I was like, let me hop on now. We can chop it up a little bit. Yeah. You know, Francis, you know what would have been nice? To actually hear an apology. To actually hear an apology. That would have been nice to hear. Like an apology. Like, hey, listen, Jason, just want to let you know I'm sorry for those months that I was sitting there being a dick. And says, glad Sonny knows about his medication and wasn't expecting it to come through Donna. Yeah. Like, how did Donna actually get access to his pills? Debbie says you want to come here early so you can leave early too. No. No, it's actually not true, Darby. Um, DC's actually coming in a little bit later on, around 8 something. Yeah, no, DC's actually coming in early. Um, but no, I actually don't have to work tomorrow. So I'm very happy about that. Very, very happy about that. Um, if I don't get too hammered tonight, not even hammered, but if I'm not too tipsy or whatever, if I'm not too tipsy, I may plan something tomorrow. I'm not gonna sit there and say what it is, because it may or may not work, but I'm gonna try. I'm going to try. We'll see what happens. Um, but you're giving me a good idea though, Darby. I'll say that much. Darby, maybe one day I would do that. One day, if I actually had enough, mm, could I actually do a 24-hour live stream? No, because I wouldn't be able to be up 24 hours. You would watch me be sleeping. You would watch me be sleeping. But yeah, for instance, like if I don't get too hammered tonight, Darby says no. I no what? What? No sleeping? No, 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 no. You do not. You do not want a non-rested version of me. I don't understand how y'all accept the version of me now, but I think it's not wrong. Uh, you know, Ed, it's funny too because I sat there and I looked at that, and Kate was like, "No, let him audition because we don't want a lawsuit for gender discrimination." And I'm like, "No, the character is a goddamn man. Like, what are you talking about? I mean, the character is a woman. What are you talking about?" And I know how Americans, I know how America is riddled with what's good, Spencer, um, frivolous lawsuits. But I'm like, y'all gotta draw a line somewhere. Darby says, I believe if the chat saw you sleeping, you might get more subs that way. I thought about actually, it's funny, Darby. I actually thought about doing that. I actually thought about doing a sleeping stream. I actually thought about that, and I'm still thinking about that. What's good, Gemini? I can't believe that Steffi and her mom are almost the same age. Yeah, bad casting. Definitely bad casting, Gemini. Francis says, did you see Sarah get hit with a car next week and his other? No, I did not see that. I know I'm not actually highlighting it, but I'm on my phone, so like if I press it too hard, it's going to. I don't want to fall it, so that's why I haven't really highlighted any comments. Um, No. So damn, they get married today. Next thing you know, she gets hit by a car. What's good, Lily? Gemini says, Saba, are you going to blame Sonny for his kid taking his pills? Also, understand that kids or understand that kids touch. I'm sorry, what? I'll get to your comment in 1 second. Brady is. Well, to be fair, Darby, she did ask. She did ask. He only said that because she sat there and asked. Now, Gemini says, Saba, are you going to blame Sonny for his kids taking. Lily, when you're here, you're always on time. No, I'm not going to blame his kids for being 7 or 8. I'm going to blame. Yeah, so are you going to blame Sonny for? Well, I mean, he is the adult, and how did he? How does she get access to his medication? So, I guess in a sense, why would you? I don't understand. Where's that question coming from? No, Darby. She asked. He was going to sit there and say something, and he stopped, and she was like, "No, I really want to know." Yeah, that's true, Gemini. You're not wrong. I'm kind of trying to understand where that comment. I mean, you're right. I just want to understand where that comment, where the question comes from, though. No, he's not detestable. Fiona asked a question, and Brady answered. And he tried to be tactful, but Fiona kept sitting there pushing, so he was like, "All right, fine. I'm just gonna sit there and say it." Oh, yeah, I felt like that. Okay, so Gemini says because you blame Sunday for Christina, as I had to ask. Well, yeah, Gemini, but to be fair, here's the truth of the matter. I'm not putting all that responsibility on Sunny, right? I feel like in that situation, there's enough blame to go around. Like Christina shouldn't have been there. Sonny shouldn't have sat there and filed that lawsuit for petition. Um, Ava shouldn't have. Ava shouldn't have messed with his medication any more than it was already messed with. And Valentine shouldn't have messed with the medication in general. So there's enough blame to go all the way around. He already said he has a big mouth, Albert. Our mothers taught us when we were little, if we don't have something nice to say, we don't say anything. Apparently Brady didn't learn the lesson. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I'm sorry, and I'm gonna get to your comment one second. I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to sit there and backtrack that shit. Okay? Let's be very clear. You may have a right of, well, if we don't have anything nice to say, we don't say anything at all. But Darby, we are grown ass adults. Okay? And yes, he started. Did we watch the same episode? Because he started to say something, and then he kind of stopped. Right? Like, here's the thing, Darby. At the end of the day, I'm not censoring myself for anybody. Nobody is going to be sitting there getting censored. Um, and honestly, to tell you the truth, I think Darby, what you really need to be sitting there asking was, why didn't Fiona not actually get that upset? She really didn't get upset. She wanted to understand why they had bad blood. Spencer says, "I hope Sonny does have any more." Oh, you hope he doesn't have any more kids? I can't keep track of it. Yeah, a lot of people will say the same thing. And yes, Spencer, and don't forget about Lily, his first wife, and the unborn child. Jenna says new writers are trying to clean up this mess, but they're doing a good job. So my hat goes off to them. As says I enjoyed the Ava and Trina scenes and Portia and Trina scenes. Good to see Trina getting good scenes there. Yes, and I agree with that. But I mean, my whole thing is like I'm not gonna censor myself around anyone. Okay. Um, I don't think that what Brady did was absolutely terrible. Um, and again, I think Darby the more important thing is why did she not get upset when he called her a creep? When he called her son a creep. Kevin says, I don't think put Finn and Hope. I think different route. Taylor and Finn have an affair. It will be juicy. Well, can't argue with you there. Um, but that's just my 2 cents, Darby. But yeah, this whole Rebecca recast of yeah, what's good, Gemini? And Gemini says hi to the chat. Um, the hell was I was gonna say damn so. Animal Lover. Let's everyone say what's up to Animal Lover. I think it would be weird to put the new Taylor and Riz together, but love them on all my children. Yeah, Animal. That's why people were Smith is saying that it was a new. Um, I feel like somebody's drinking tonight, and it's not. I feel like it's not me. Animal. Um, a lot of people Smith is saying that it's a mini all my children reunion in a sense. Animal. Darby says, okay, if you're going to cape for Brady over this, I hope you have the same answer for Brady the next time. Brady screws up, knowing him, it will happen soon. Well, Darby, I never actually said I was caping for him, so I don't know where you got that description from. Um, Darby, it's like when you sat there and said that I hate TJ. And I really want to sit there and get on you on that when you said that Friday, and then I realized you weren't a member anymore. But I'm not caping for him, but I don't believe in hiding your feelings. I don't believe in hiding your feelings. Life is too short, and why we hiding our feelings? She asked how he felt. Like, did you forget that part? Like, was he supposed to sit there and say all fuzzy and warm things? Like, no, she wanted the honest truth, and she, um, finish what you said, name. Jenna's not happy with the new Lulu recast. Animal said, did you hear are bringing Lulu back? Can't wait. They need to put Dante and Lulu back together when Lulu wakes up. Sean says, how did little Donna open that pill bottle? I'm an adult and I can barely open it. Yeah. Those things are actually pretty hard to open up. It's very weird, Gemini. It's bad casting. Here's the thing. I don't know. Kyrie really hates him. Okay. All right. W, maybe I was actually drinking that night and I confused me I kind of misread your sentence. But it's bad casting. And my thing is, what happened between Krista Alley and CBS? Because that is bad casting. And you got to wonder, why did she get fired? You know, I mean, they literally sat there and fired her and brought in a younger version that does not work for these new characters, older characters. What's good, Tracy Steves? But yeah, I don't know. I don't I don't know. Um, but she that's the problem with Brad Bell. She probably with Brad Brown. I think. I mean, most of the times, I think he just doesn't care. You know, and I'm not saying like he's the devil or anything like that, but that's just shit casting. I don't care how good Rebecca is as far as acting. That does not make any damn sense. So Spencer is actually riding with this team, this pair up. They really need to leave Sam and Dante alone. I like that Sam and Dante are both, stable families for both Danny and Scout and Rocco, which is a stupid name. I know they are going to try to wake up Lulu, but Lulu, yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. Um, I'm surprised Sonny didn't sit there and talk about Morgan with Kevin. Animal, here's the thing, Animal. I think they should have probably either killed her off or just recasted her a lot earlier, Animal, because they kept her on ice for years, years. Doesn't make any sense. And it says about wouldn't mind Lindsay Hartley being a recast for Lulu because she did a good job as Sam a few years back. Okay, I respect your opinion. I feel different about that, but um, that's your opinion. I respect it. Jenna says Rebecca didn't stay on GH long. How long here? It's a damn good question. It's a damn good question, people. I'm going to be drinking tonight, but it's going to be a little bit later on. Maybe around 8 something. We'll see. Because at some point, I'm going to switch from here to my laptop. I also do have a new battery. I just didn't get a chance to install yet because I didn't really get a chance to do much of anything else. Um, but no, they should have woke her up sooner, or they should have killed her off because that is just completely and utterly asinine to sit there and keep that character on in a coma for that long. That's the truth of the matter. Oof. You're not a fan of anyway. You're not a fan of Kelly Monaco. That's true. Yes, that is very true, Spencer. Julian, I think was it Julian Bean or something? What the hell is her name? Lulu Spencer.
According to Wikipedia, Lou is Spencer.
Okay, I don't need to be copywritten for that. Berman, Julia Berman, Spencer, Julia Berman. Yeah, she's. I think she's a year younger than me. She's a year younger than me. I wonder what she's doing now. No, that's true. Well, she's still acting. Damn. Last show that she did was CSI Vegas. So there's that. Um, Kevin says Rebecca's old enough to be Steffi's sister. Not as Taylor. They could Steffi. Listen, they could have did a number of things. Okay, so you like okay. I was just curious, Anima. That's fair. Ed says Molecular did that to Evangela when the character into a coma in 2017 and didn't kill the character off until the show was going off the air. Oh, that's wow, that's really stupid. That's stupid. Spencer says, I hope they bring Johnny Sakara because I think he's either in prison or he is for far away. Well, I mean, Spencer, how would you feel about a recast though? How would you feel about a recast of Johnny Sakara, Spencer? What did you like about Steven Weber, Jenna? Animal, which animal lover? I mean, animal love. Which what soap opera do you like the best? Okay, cool. It's fine. No, I was just wondering. I was just wondering because as far as I can see, is Spencer, um, the actor, the actor that played Johnny Sakara, he's on Days of Our Lives. And I don't think he's actually leaving there anytime soon. So, and also the last Days of Our Lives and General Hospital the most. Yes. Yep. Same with me. I totally forgot. Thank you, Spencer. Jonathan Jackson's come back as Lucky. So you have Brian earlier. You have Jonathan Jackson. They're talking about bringing Lulu back. Of course, Days is going to be Sammy, Hurricane Sammy. I mean, they got to do something to sit there and hype these shows up. And I can appreciate the effort. I really can. I can appreciate the effort. So hopefully it all works out because these soaps, they're important. They're America's staple. Um, and Acacia, she watches the soaps for her children, and one day she hopes that, or at least I hope that, when her children grows up and they watch the soaps, they watch it with their children. You know, so it's a generational thing. And even Bold and the Beautiful, which they're just doing acidine things like, let's put Rebecca, that looks just as old as Steffi, to play her mother. I don't want the show to get canceled. Jenna said the gives Liz more her family with her, gave a no reason Heather is around. Okay. Alright. I know that they're changing writers and everything like that. Yes, exactly, Ed. Yeah, that's exactly why Jenna was simply saying that. Yeah. Animal says I don't care that much for Bold and the Beautiful, but I do want to see a scene with a new talent and Rich because of all my children. I don't really like the Young and the Restless. They are ruining Sky. Oh, Kyle. Kyle and Summer. I forgot about the. Yeah, I mean they're yeah, Animal. They are both just insufferable. Um, Hell, even today, it's very hard for me to sit there and root for either one of them, or for me to pick a side because they both come across as so damn insufferable. It's bad. It's bad. It's really bad. But and it's not like I could sit there and what the hell? It's not like I could sit there and recommend The Young and the Restless for anyone. You know, one of my subscribers kept telling another one of my other subscribers why they should watch The Young and the Restless. Um, and it got to a point where it started to get a little annoying, and I did facilitate that joke a little bit. But I can't find a reason to tell people to watch The Young and the Restless. Jenna says they should have never killed off Franco loved him with Scotty. Yeah, now Scotty has no kids on that show. He actually lost so many of his kids. The only child he has is off screen. Yeah, Sean, the ratings aren't good. That's been evident for a while, but hopefully they can turn things around. I will sit there and say this much, Sean, that the last couple of episodes of General Hospital have actually been really good. And so even if the ratings aren't really that great yet, hopefully with the way the new episodes have been going, they can turn it around. They can turn that around. I've always, in a sense, kind of laughed at live ratings. It's 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock wherever people are. Do they not understand that people actually do work? You know? Nah, animal. It's actually funny. Somebody, well, somebody said that they should do a recast of Robin. Is Martin coming back? Jenna says, is Martin coming back? Oh, you mean Marty? Thank you, Jenna. It took me a second. Martin from General Hospital, people. Um, and is Cyrus coming back? Yeah, it says Marty coming back. It's a damn good question. I totally forgot about Marty, until Jenna says something. I probably randomly will sit there and bring that up in the chat and see if people remember Marty. I didn't even remember him until you said something. So that's saying something right there. Yep, exactly, animal, aka Ted from All My Children. Oh man, the good old days. I mean, I didn't watch All My Children. I was One Like to Live. Um, I was One Like to Live in Port Charles, and then General Hospital. But One Like to Live was my show. Will Rappaport, um, Christian Vega, and Jennifer. Well, who's the other one though? Who's the chick that Erin Torpy, Erica Torpy played? I can't remember her name. And they were in that love triangle. The hell was her name? Jessica. There we go. That's when I started watching the show when Erica Torpy was there, and I stopped watching the show when the other chick took over for Jessica. Thank you. Yeah, Jessica Buchanan. Yep. You had R.J. Gannon. Sean said GH always does Scotty bad. I like Scotty. I love the different glasses he wears that matches his suit. Yeah, Sean, it's actually really funny. Scotty kind of reminds me, like, he reminds me of my dad in so many ways. I don't know why, Sean, but Scotty always reminds me of my dad for some odd reason. Yeah, Anima, they sometimes you just wonder what they want to do with Eric Maddox character with Brady. I mean, they put him with Teresa. They had him fall back in love with Teresa. He fell off the bottle and started drinking because of Teresa. It's like you don't know what to do with this character, do you? Now you're having them hook up with Fiona. It's just like, what are we doing with this character? This is what I want to know. What are we doing with this character? Nope, Jenna, they are not bringing back Roger. No, 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 no. I think that Jenna, I think Roger has come back way too many times. He does not need to come. I will tell you this much, Jenna. He does not need to come back. Um, Michael Eastwood does not need to come back. Animal wants Teresa with recast Teresa with Lindsay. Here's the thing, Animal. I would have took that recasting. I would have took that recasting in a heartbeat over whatever we got before. No, Jenna. I do not think that they will bring back Roger. He's been brought back one too many times. Same thing with Michael Easton. Let them both ride off into the goddamn sunset somewhere. Yeah, Jen, but that's the thing though. I mean, they can put him in other shows. It's totally cool. And that's the thing, Jenna. I like both of them. I love Michael Easton and Roger Howard. Um, but just bringing them back as different characters over and over again, it just feels so cheap after a while. Oh, and we got another Sean. Sean says, I think TJ and Marley are going to argue whose fault the baby. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, Sean, no. They definitely going to break up. They definitely going to break up. Animal says it was Ava's fault. Mm, was it though? Was it just her fault? Did anybody sit there and tell Christina to sit there and hop her pregnant ass over there? What's good, DK? I mean, DK? Gina says I agree with that. Stay the same person. Yeah, and that's the thing, Jenna. Like, if you're going to bring him back, either Jenna, and I would sit there and say, if you're going to bring him back as top man. If you're going to bring Roger back, bring him back as top Manning. Okay? Bring Michael Easton back as John McBain, or don't do it. I'm not for them coming back because I felt like they came back too many times. But if you're gonna bring them back as those characters, or do not bring them back at all. Jenna, we don't even know who killed Franca. We don't even know who killed Austin. As is, I see both Jessica's. Erin was the best, but Wilson taking over the role didn't do it for me until she had her split from Zoe. They handled the earlier test stuff good, and she won. Yeah, sure. DK says all good stories making me bored and frustrated. All good. Okay. Um, but I was gonna sit there, son. But yeah, I feel like in that whole situation, there's a lot of blame to go around. We're gonna sit there and keep it as core. Christina shouldn't have been there. Ava shouldn't have put her hands on Christina. So I'm kind of in the middle, you know. I can't just sit there and say one person is the main culprit of that. They need a tragic story on Jace because the stories now are boring sometimes. I think they kind of just did have a tragic story in a sense. Yeah, TJ and Molly and the rest of the family dealing with the tragic loss of stillborn. I kind of think that's I kind of think that's a tragic story. Rather you were with this story, whether you like the storyline or not, but it's pretty tragic. Just saying. Just saying. Jenna says she didn't need her to go to court. She didn't need her to go to court. Hmm? Yeah, that's what I said, Ed. It's like they don't know what to actually do. Oh, okay. Okay, okay. Jenna says she didn't need her to go to court. Ava. No, but okay. I'm sorry, but I don't want to sit there. I don't understand. She didn't need her to go to court, Ava. What do you mean by that? She didn't need her to go to court. I may actually hear some loop feedback. Oh, no. Didn't say too many things Chris could have said about Ava than Sunny. Oh, okay, yes. Yes, okay. Sorry, it took me a second. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. One thing, because I'm just gonna get right. I'm still here. Sean said Albert it was Christina's fault. She should never been at Ava's because she was. Yes. I agree with that to a large extent, Sean. Yes, she shouldn't have been there. And I'm not even going to sit there and say that you're wrong. Lashanta, when you are here, you're on time. I'm just setting. I'm still here. I'm just setting some stuff up for later on when DC comes in. Oh, okay. So that's what I look like. What was good, Lashanta? But yeah, just to answer that question, let me make sure I'm still good. Hope people can still hear me. Um, yeah, Christina shouldn't have been there. That's 100% true. Stoney shouldn't have sat there and filed that lawsuit. And let's be clear. While I do sit there and hold Christina accountable for her that lawsuit, and let's be clear. Well, okay, we good. Ava shouldn't have put her hands on Christina, right? So Christina shouldn't have been in that room in the first place. But who the hell told Ava to sit there and put her hands on Christina? Y'all sit there and remember, she lost her balance because Ava grabbed her. In what universe do you actually think that when you're arguing with a pregnant woman, you should be putting your hands on them at any point in time? Lashanta says, congratulations, Donna and Avery Corinthos. What are we congratulating them for? On opposite sides for a while and slowly find their way back. Yeah, I can see that too, man. I mean, let's be honest. I don't see anybody else actually wants to date them. Lashanta says, I bet Donna proved why she's more seen than Donna Logan. Oh, why she has more sense than Donna Logan. Lashanta, let me just tell you something right now. We're not looking at a woman's brains for the most part, Lashanta. Okay? We don't date the same way that y'all date, Lashanta. If we're going to be honest, we don't date the same way that y'all date. What women's criteria is for dating is not the same thing as men's criteria. So yeah, we're not exactly always dating a woman for their brains. Yeah. Where's my damn? Oh, there it is. I'm be real. Be real. We're not necessarily dating a woman for the brains. I don't. That's how y'all seek mates. That's not how we seek mates. Um, no, I don't see anybody that wants to sit there and date TJ and Molly. Okay, they're both insufferable, and yeah, they would drive anybody else up a wall. That's why they work together. Showing Sataba is this may be an imposter able. What are they doing to the character? She seems different, more West. Well, Sean, why would you sit there and say that she seems different? What is making her different, Sean? Jenna says people still date. I gave up 30 years ago. Sorry to hear that. But yeah, no, I'm just sorry to hear that. Listen, Ed, I got to keep it real. I got to keep it real. Because sometimes LaShanta always sit there and talks about how Donna doesn't have brains and Donna isn't smart, and I'm just like, we don't give two flying shits if a woman is really smart or not. Like we don't. We care how you look. Okay. Now, as long as you don't annoy the living shit out of us, you're fine in our book. LaShanta said Jordan pissed me off. Yeah, that little slight comment that she said. Yeah, I wasn't cool with it either. I was not cool with that either. I'm like, and this goes for her. This goes for TJ. Molly will grieve however she chooses to. Okay, like Curtis said, people grieve in their own way. That is the bottom line. There's nothing else to be said about that. Um, so they should bring Matt Hunter back without Patrick Drake. Oh, I would much rather than bring Patrick back than um, I'd rather than bring back Patrick Drake and Matt Hunter. But that's just me. Just me. And I'm not trying to be totally unsympathetic towards TJ's plight. I'm not. But why is that? I'm like, why is that? There, there we go. Um, Sean said the actress is so good that character seems to sound familiar to the fans that care about her. It's the writing for the character. Yeah, I mean, for me, it seems like that's what Ava always does. Ava sits there. Ava is reacting the same way that she reacted to when she thought that she killed Nicholas. Lie, deny, and blame it on other people. She felt bad. Um, she didn't mean to sit there and try to kill Nicholas. She just wants to sit there and try to do something to stop Nicholas. And it's the same thing with Ava, with Christina. She didn't mean to sit there and have her go flying out the window. She didn't mean that. But intentions or not, somebody, somebody died because of that. And that's not something that should just be ignored. Shouldn't be ignored. And that's what Molly said. Molly was like, listen, regardless of how it happened, it still happened. Sean says, you're so right about Ava. Yeah, that's just, that's Ava. That's what we come to expect, and that's what we love about the character. Oh, not yet, Jenna. They still got to actually do it. Jenna, all they did so far was kiss. No, no, no. We need more than that. We need them to sit there and go all the way. We need them to seal the deal. That's what we need. Why is just doing this? That's what we need. We need that. That's what we need. Um, but yeah. Um, so we gotta wait. We gotta wait and see. But I'll tell you this much though. This is the most Jenna says, and then Jason walks in. Ooh, that's soapy right there. That's some soapy. That's some good soap right there. But this is the most interesting that Willow has actually gotten. It's this cheating thing. Ed, it's so hard to believe that they still do sweeps week, and the fact that sweeps is still a thing. It's like, what would you consider that? Like a pop quiz or final exam? I guess. I don't know. I don't know. That says pop quiz. Okay. All right, we'll go with the pop quiz. I can see that, Lashante. And that's the thing, because the pharmacist only did it because Valentine initially paid him to do it. So Valentine is going to be all clear for now. And all that stuff. Hmm. And Ava doesn't know that Valentine actually did that stuff. Now DK says actually it's Carly and Olivia's fault for having those cheap windows in that hotel. At worst, Christina should have fell into the window and ended up on the floor. Yeah, I agree. Jenna says, so Harry's come back to divorce Robert? I didn't know they were still married. Now Sean says, let me highlight this. Sean says Trina's character acts so childish and naive and unaware and not aware of what's going on around her. Trina's character needs to grow in the story. Sean is never happy with Trina. I swear. Yesterday, in my live stream, in my members only live stream, people were snitching saying that Trina was being a snitch, and today she was sitting there talking about how guilty she felt for maybe causing more trouble towards Ava. Trina's not a snitch. Trina told the truth. The truth was going to come out sooner or later. So the only thing she did was, quote unquote, the right thing to do. Now, Shauna Smith is saying that she's being childish and naive. I would sit there and call that loyalty. Trina has always been loyal towards Ava. And the one time that she sits there and tells the truth, people would sit there and say, well, Trina's not loyal. Trina is disrespectful. She has no loyalty. It's like, God damn. Like, seriously. What's good, Dolometics? What's good, my guy? Trina's loyal. Trina gets touching on her loyalty. People seem to saying she's not loyal. It's like, you got one from her. What's good, Deluxe? Yeah, I gotta go and start to make my noodles. I don't know if I'm actually going to take the phone with me or just leave it here. Lindsay Hartland as Robin. Oof, it's gonna be a tough sell. Sounds like an uphill battle right there. Also, while you're here, make sure you do hit the like button because it really does help. I've actually said that today. Um, should you do hit the like button because it really does help. Oof, I got this on my voice sounds. What we gotta do that for? Awesome sauce. We are in the yeah, 26 people, 19 likes. LaShawn says, why Trina got blind faith in Ava she used to call out Spencer. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting, 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 interesting. Jenna says Emma Drake should be a doctor by now. Bring back Emma Drake. Yeah, I think that Jason Thomas is doing a really good job as the new Billy Abbott. I don't know anything about the old Billy Abbott when Billy used to play him, so I can't compare those two. But Lily, by the way, I I don't understand what is Lily giving into peer pressure now? Well, everyone else is sitting there saying this, that, and the third, and you know, I think you should leave. Billy's like, no, I'm the one that brought you on board. I'm not going anywhere. I think maybe you should leave. Ron says, oh, what's good, Ronnie Ron? Um, I can see her being kind of annoying if I was having a bad day, but I didn't really care. Honestly, tell you the truth, man, I didn't really care one way or the other. Apparently, her and Bonnie were besties back in the day when they were in jail. So that's my thoughts on that. Sean says, "I want Trina to stand by Ava. I like their friendship. I just want Trina to have a good. Yeah, and that's the same thing with you too, Sean. I want Trina to have a good storyline. I really do. Yeah, Animal. He plays the young Restless Billy Abbott now, which I actually do like his. I mean, I don't know much about his character, but I do like him. That's so weird, man. I don't understand how he was able to circumvent around. Anyway, okay, Ron, that's a whole lot that I really need to say. As Jocelyn and Dex and Jocelyn need better story material. Glad that they stopped talking about Sunny, but they need some fun stuff to do storyline wise. They could work in together. Yeah, great. What's good, Jakaris? How have you been? Where's the reviews at? I haven't seen any reviews from your channel in a hot minute, Jakaris. There's no need to be sorry, Jakaris. I don't think that. Well, to be fair, there's no reason to be sorry. That's just how you feel. My thing is, Jakaris, is that we didn't sit there and see what she can do, right? So everyone just sit there rushing to judgment. I'll be doing one B&B. Wow. Okay. All right. Interesting. Interesting, Jakaris. I look forward to it. But we didn't sit there and see what Taylor can do. We have no idea what Rebecca can do. By the surface, just as a recast, she doesn't look the part, right? But it's a bad recast. But I guess I would sit there and suggest, I mean, y'all can do what y'all want, but I would sit there and suggest maybe we wait for full judgment until we actually see her on set and actually act and give her performance. And then we can all sit there and body slam her collectively. Just an idea. Just an idea. Hey, that's true, Lashanta. Where is Michael at? How where is Michael for Christina? I'm assuming that he's probably seen her off screen. Well, of course, Ron, because you got Sheila on. Maybe some of the curse words get kind of filtered out on my laptop. That's exactly right, because Michael should have been there. Even Jocelyn was there for Christine. Yes, yeah, I agree with that. Ed. My if they say something like, "Well, Michael came to sit there and see her a couple of times because, um, come to see, seen her off screen," then I might accept that as because I'm assuming that they can't always film all the time. So if Michael saw Christina off screen, I guess I could sit and accept it. Sean says now Jocelyn is friendly with Sonny. She says she hated him. Bad writing. Is it though? And I don't know. I don't know if it was friendly though, Sean. I mean, all she did was sit there and call Sonny and say, "Hey, listen, you need to come to the hospital." And Sonny thanked Jocelyn. And Jackson was like, "Of course, because that's your daughter." I don't think that they're besties or anything like that. Well, I mean, what was Jocelyn supposed to sit there and do? Curse Sonny out while they were at the hospital? I think there's a time to sit there and be mad at somebody. Then there's a time to be cordial, depending on what the situation is. Yeah, deluxe. Yeah, it's probably the case, But that's what I'm saying. If they do it off screen, it won't be as bad. And a vacay, Ryan says, Father, why should I watch Romeo and Juliet on the couch? A guy who is not an actor, and I ain't into Brooklyn. Well, I mean, Ron, you can watch whatever you want. Like, if you don't want to watch it, then that's totally okay. Ron, you're not forced to sit there and watch anything you don't want to watch. You know, your time is your business, and you choose whatever you want to watch that you enjoy. That's my answer to that. Um, but I do wonder how this whole thing with Ava is going to play out, though. That is something I'm very, 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 very curious about. Um, maybe I'll wait till DC gets here, and then I'll go in the kitchen and make my make my soup. Rashad Tyler, did you notice those pictures show Ava hands on Christina's shoulder? Did you notice those pictures showed Ava's hands on Chrissy's shoulder? Yes, yes, I did. But it was all for the fact that Ava said that he didn't. Ava said that she didn't touch Chrissy, and that picture clearly shows something different. Deluxe says haven't Ava spent more time hasn't Ava spent more time of her life with Carly than with Ava? Damn good question. Deluxe, I would not be too surprised if she did not sit there and do that. I I wouldn't put it past her. I'll tell you that much. There's so much going on behind the scenes. It is crazy. If my face freezes, it's because I'm answering DC's comment. There we go. Jakara said something about the poster review now, but I'll be doing it on both this time. Okay. Well, I look forward to it. I look forward to it. Jakara said tell you that much. Been gone away for a very long time, so be really good to sit there and see you again, my guy. Yep. What happens? You're trying to do so many things at one time, and the Shanta says Kate's on tomorrow, still saying Sonny's going down. Have a seat. He needs to lose his badge. No, he doesn't, LaShanta. John needs to sit there and be the badass FBI agent that is no nonsense, taking no crap from Sonny or Jason. Says Ava better tell Scotty the truth because time's running. And that I agree. Yes, I do. Dakota says had to do it because seeing RB on B&B is like, no, you won't make me like you, Taylor. Well, I mean, no one can sit there and make you do something you don't want to do. So, um, well, I mean, like I said, Jakar, so what I will sit there and say is that you're saying already that you won't like new Taylor, but we didn't even really see her. We didn't sit there and see how she's going to act around the cast or anything like that. We didn't sit there and see if she's going to have any chemistry with anyone on set. We just saw her, and before you even actually saw her, you're already sitting there saying that nobody's not going to make you like new Taylor. I'm not giving it no chance. Okay, that's like that's kind of closed minded, but you know what? That's your opinion, and that's fine. And you know what? Maybe I don't think that you're going to be the only one that's going to think like that. I think it's pretty sad though a little bit. You just sit there and just be that closed minded and just be like, nope, I'm not even gonna give it a check. I don't even know what it is. La 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 la. I'm not gonna watch it. But that's your opinion, and you have the right to it. Rashanta says, why did Molly listen to Ava? I bet Sam and Alexis won. Well, Jakara says, I know you haven't watched All My Children. That's how I knew her from. No, I didn't. I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. I didn't watch All My Children. I do know the character Greenlee. I know that much, but Ryan said, I didn't care about Sarah and Xander today. Also, I felt like it was filler. It was rushed. I would sit there and say that much, Ryan. I would definitely sit there and say it was rushed. I mean, think about it. Xander and Sarah getting married, and the first thing that they do is have a in living room wedding. Really, that's what they deserve, and they've been since trying to get those two together for a very long time, and the best that they can do is a living room wedding. That's sad. That's sad. But no, Jakar, I haven't actually watched um For My Children. There we go. See if we can sit there and hear Mr. DC Soap Sanctuary himself.
What's going on?
DC Soap Sanctuary is in the chat. What's good, my guy?
You've been on for already an hour. Did you start earlier now?
Well, I started earlier today.
It's giving when GH switched to 2 p.m. time slot after one after got canceled. That's what it's giving.
Let everyone say what's up to DC.
Hello, all
How have you
Boston
been, my friend?
Enterprises. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. You weren't here yesterday, right?
No, what happened yesterday?
Oh, we had Nathaniel in the chat. Actually, tell you the truth, he came on for a little bit and told that lovely story. And you remember that birthday stream I did?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, he pretty much told that he told that story. So I was like, oh yeah, I remember I did that.
What's he been up to these days?
Just working and stuff. Different projects. He said he went to a fan event. What's good, Justin? He went to some fan event or whatever, and like people were really happy. There's one point where he said that something about how he was there, and the fans was like, "Where's the lollipop at?" And he pulled it out of his pocket or whatever, and they went kind of wild and stuff.
I love
So
how you had that ready.
yeah, but I don't know. I thought that was kind of cool though. It's like that much of a staple is just into like, "Where's the lollipop at?" He just pulls it out.
Okay.
But I saw you did. Did you do one video or two? I saw the one
Two.
on. Now one was on Todd, right? Or
Todd
Roger,
Manning. Todd Manning.
Todd, and what was the other one on?
The one was on Gabby. That one blew up to 1,000 views. I'm like, whoa.
Oh, let me take a look. Let me go look at that because I got my tablet right here. I just
I
saw the
wrote
what
Miss
you
Call
call it.
competition. It's giving Newman versus Jabot. Okay, to the audience, who would be Victor Newman? Who would be Jack Abbott? Between me and Albert.
I would kind of want to hit the answer to that too. Damn, that's good. Sure,
I was
that's what's
shocked. I
up.
didn't expect that, honestly. But what's interesting is the likes on the video has not gone up, but it's gone up to, well, like it keeps growing in numbers, but the likes haven't gone up in that video. But they go up on the Tom Manning one, but the
How
views
many
on that
dis
one have gone up.
How many dislikes do you have?
We can see the dislikes now.
Yeah, if you go to, I think your shit. I know there's a way to do it on YouTube. To go to your dislikes, your dislikes on your laptop. There's a way you can sit there and do it.
Like a
You go to
YouTube
YouTube.
studio kind of thing.
Yeah, YouTube Studios on your laptop. It will sit there and show you. And I know that because I got 50 dislikes on my Star Wars video, which I'm very happy about. I'm very proud of that, by the way.
Okay, let
I'm
me
saying
see.
that jokingly, but I'm also being dead ass serious too.
I'm trying to see where the dislikes are in this video. Does it show you? Okay, it says show you the likes. I'm trying to figure out where do they show likes on this thing? Is it under the reach or engagement mode, or I don't even know how these things work. I feel I'm actually not
Blackman
looking.
says,
Oh, let me head over to the chat. Oh, what's my thought on the new Taylor? Okay, I saw the post on the lockers room. Rebecca Budig. I haven't even seen it yet. I think she'd be perfect as Taylor. I never even I haven't even seen it yet, but I think she would be perfect. And the reason why I think it's time that Rebecca Budig plays a more mature character. And Taylor, the psychiatrist, is very mature, very seasoned. She played Greenlee in All My Children, which Albert didn't watch. That's also why I got canceled. And Greenlee was more of like a rebel, right? She was more of a rebel character. And then she played Hayden on GH, which is also like a rebel, a deadbeat mom kind of character. And so now we're getting her as Taylor Hayes. And I'm here for it. I haven't even seen it yet, but I'm here for it. I think it's perfect, honestly. I think it's absolutely perfect. What do I think about the
DC
new model?
says, yeah.
So I don't know if you know that New Molly is also part of this YouTube channel called Content Machine, where they do skits, and she actually does skits with them. I peeped. I was like, "Is that Molly from GH?" And no one in the comments has peeped that because I get it. Soap viewers probably not be watching Content Machines like stuff, but I watch it, and they do these skits and stuff. It's all content machine, and she does her skits. The new Molly, I like the scenes her and Christina recently had, and Christina going out the window was definitely needed and deserved on her part. I'm indifferent about it. TJ still looks good, and that's the important part. But when it comes to the new Molly, it's not there. I miss Haley Poulos as our Molly, even though her Molly would have still felt kind of young. But I miss her. I miss her. I feel like she deserves it back on GH. But that's just
You know, it's actually really funny is when you first said about the new Taylor. Um, I almost felt like if we had some more people, like virtually, you would just be getting a bunch of tomatoes just thrown at you because I've seen so many people that is so against this new Taylor.
really.
Everything, yeah, everything up to, yo, she can play Steffi's sister, but not her mom. She looks way too young to sit there and be Steffi's sister. Now I'm sitting there like I think it's kind of an odd choice, but I'm not gonna drop the hammer fully
Hmm.
until I see how she performs. But just as far as look wise, it's just kind of off to me.
How did you feel about her performance?
Well, I haven't really seen her performance. Like I want to see how she interacts with the other characters when they're face to face, when she's with Stefan face to face, when she's with Ridge, and then I can kind of give more of a better analysis on it. But just looks wise, I'm like they could have looks wise. I'm not feeling it so far. I'm
Well,
gonna
here's
be
the thing. Here's the
honest.
thing. Like Rebecca Budig is 15 to 20 years older than Jacqueline Cummings would have played Steffi, and we know that the Eric and the original Ridge were basically the same age, and we also know that what's his face from General Hospital. What's his face? Julian
Oh,
Jerome was only 6 years older than Sam. The actor's only 6 years older than Sam in real life.
oh,
Right. So I understand Rebecca Budig really
okay.
could be her mother. Like she really could be age wise. It doesn't translate that way, but it really could be. I mean, Julian Jerome's only like what 6 years older than Sam in real life. So um I don't know what they did to Krista and I mean, I watched Bone Beautiful was Hunter Tylo, you know, and I accepted Krista. I think Rebecca Budig. I'm interested to see what she's going to bring to this role because it's so new, and I'm excited to see it. B&B, I actually caught some of B&B over the past few days. I was like, oh my god, they got some good storylines. Like, no, decent, decent, decent. And I see that guy, okay, Joshua Morrow's son on the show because I was like, there's something
Hmm.
about when I started looking at him. I was like, okay, and I looked it up and I was like, oh, he's Nick's son from YNR. I was like, okay, but I'm totally okay with Rebecca Budig. I'm totally okay with her. Um, I want to see what she's going to do in this role. We've had to accept Thorsten K as Ridge, and that's still been a new adjustment for me. I'm still adjusting to that to like some 10 years later. Still adjusting, guys. Still adjusting. But okay, you watched it though. But you haven't seen her yet, but you're not
No,
feeling it. Okay.
I've seen her and I've seen her talk to Steffi. I think it's just more of like after seeing the last woman play her mom, which I felt like that was a better age gap as far as looks wise. Looks wise for Rebecca and the actors that play Steffi don't look like they're that far apart. Now I don't know about their real ages until you said something, but just looking at it, it just felt off. Now I'm not ready to sit there and just completely shut it down until I see how they interact with each other, and then I can get a better assessment. But I'm not. I'm trying to reserve judgment until I actually see the full thing. If
I
that
mean,
makes sense.
because even when you think about it in terms of like Xander's mom on Days, when I was looking at her, I was like, I feel like she could be his older sister, but not his mother. And I know people look at the gray hair. It was giving older sisterish kind of vibes, not mother. I would feel
Really?
like I would need a little bit more elderliness ish in her to feel like she could be his mother. I feel like she could be like Tate's mom or um, who else on Days? Bobby's mom, or but Xander. I don't know. I honestly feel like he could. She looked like she could be a love interest for Xander. That sounds wrong. I'm just saying, like if I didn't know where her
Yeah.
face was, I feel like she could legit be a love interest for Xander, which is weird because Xander's mom is sleeping with his nephew. So interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely very weird. Um, so those videos came out a couple of days ago. Both of them. And how did you feel about actually doing those videos again, since you haven't did videos in a while?
It was good. Honestly, I just felt the spark that week, and I was just like, you know what, let's just put these videos out, let's get them out. And I was working on a new intro for the channel, and it felt good. It felt good because honestly, it just felt good to kind of put something out again, but then also put something out that I wanted to talk about too, because I always wanted to talk about how I feel like Gabby betrayed her husband in that press conference. And I want to do another character analysis, but I wasn't sure on who I would do it for. Because that's one thing I really can't. I love people support my channel. One thing I kind of stand when they do when I do a video. It's like, oh my god, do a video on this person. Do this. I'm like, can you interact with the content at hand? That just spent hours, putting your time do that. Because this is not gonna want to do more. I
Was
was,
good, Sean M.
but it felt good
But I
though. It
mean,
felt good though.
I guess on some level, and just my little takeaway, while I do understand your feelings towards that, um, DC, let me ask you one quick question though. Could you
Mhm.
actually see the comments that's in the chat?
Yeah, I see the one
Okay,
about comedy.
Ron.
And yeah,
Okay, because Ron, you could just sit there and just ask DC the questions instead of asking me to ask DC the questions. He can see the questions just as much as I can. Um, but I guess my only takeaway, and there's two things I got to sit there and say.
okay.
One, while that is kind of annoying to be like, can't you just interact with the content at hand? I guess also maybe they're just enjoying that video so much that they would enjoy if you did a video about so and so or that person as well because they really enjoyed that video. Just
That's true.
a different perspective. And
That's
also,
true.
what I will sit there and say about your new intro, while it is actually very good, did you think about? Okay, how do I sit there and put this lightly? I don't know if I should say. Fucking, I'm gonna say it. There's pictures where there's a video. I mean, there's the intro. You have like the flashing lights and stuff like that. And I'm just sitting there thinking,
Epilepsy.
no, as far as like people that deal with seizures.
Yeah, I thought about that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So go ahead. What you say? Go ahead. What you say? Go ahead.
No. That was my only thing. I was like, oh man, this is so cool. But then I was like, it just made me think about Pokemon in that one episode where they're doing like this flashing stuff, and people like got really sick and stuff like that. And it was like this whole big thing. So I just remember that intro.
Yeah,
So yeah,
I thought about that. I was like, is this gonna trigger like epilepsy or a seizure for someone? I kind of thought about it for a second, and I was like, okay, is it going to? But no one had said anything about it, so I was like, okay, I think I'm in good hands, like Allstate. So in my mind, I'm just like, I think I totally had thought about that because even I did an intro a while back ago, I think it was a year ago, very bright yellow flashing lights, and I was like, man, this is kind of a bit intense. I kind of wondered, but then because the thing is when I editing it and then when it comes out actually on screen, it sometimes can be in two different lighting hues and stuff like that when I'm editing it, and then how it like actually looks on YouTube to different audiences on different screens. So, but I had thought about that. I had thought about so okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind.
yeah. I
I'll
I
keep that
just
in mind.
yeah, because I saw it today, and the first thing I saw was just, and I was like, all right, hold on. Let me just kind of pause it for a hot minute. Um,
Yeah,
but
it
yeah,
was a
I
bit,
was
it was
gonna
a
sit
bit
there and say that.
seizury. I was trying to recreate the One Life to Live intro, so I felt like okay, One Life to Live could do it, but then theirs probably wasn't as flashy as what I could probably
Yeah.
call. Yeah, that was as flashy. Um, okay, Ron says, "What's your thoughts on Khan's Albert Boss's girlfriend?" The Connie storyline was a little weird on days for me. I'm just like, I'm happy to see Lee Shin back. That's my man's right there. I love seeing Lee Shin. That's a good looking man, guys. But it's just it's weird because it was very underwhelming with her being the killer. I'll accept it. But I'm just like, what are they planning to do with Connie after this? Is she another Jan Spears? What's her whole forte? And then on top of that, she just always happens to be listening to people in when they're having these conversations. Like, oh my god, I can't believe I just slept with with Stefan, and Gabby doesn't know. She slept with Stefan. Like she always just happens to have her ear perked to the wall anytime. And Salem PD, y'all know how to be professional and like talk about things at the headquarters at Salem PD. It's very
Thank
like
you.
she just happens to be there every time. You know what I'm saying? Like people don't close the doors. I know it's a Newman Enterprise. They be closing the doors these days. They be closing the doors. Like you don't know how to close the doors at this point. Um,
And it's so unprofessional for police to be sitting there talking about a witness that made no information on a particular killer. And y'all just talking about that. So at some point, Connie's like, so Bobby, you know who killed Lee Shin? Because that's what I heard from the grapevine. That's what I heard from the police officers. They didn't know I was there. I was like, what the hell are y'all doing? Like, what does that say?
are we going for a part two? I see a cooking pile. We're going for a part two. Is Diane Jenkins in the chat? Is she in the chat? Is she in the chat?
No. It's making my soup.
Is she in the
Making my
chat?
soup.
You know what the thing is like her reason for killing Lee kind of made no sense to me too. It was very lackluster, but I'm willing to just accept it for now. I'm like, okay. They killed out Bobby with the quickness. I thought we were going somewhere with this Bobby storyline. I thought we were gonna know why he had the ID. Um, they just killed him off with the quickness. It's like, oh my god, he's dead. And they just body bag and everything. I was like, well, that was quick. That was pretty quick. But I was like, okay,
Yeah,
okay. Oh, Ed the Bank. Can I answer Ed the Bank?
yeah, sure.
The bank says, what do you think about A being typical prison? Let me just say this. This goes into the Bell Brady book of staying in your seat. And I said that to Christina. Christina had no business going over Ava's place. You started the fight with her. You're the one that antagonized her. You fell out the window. And Dante doing the arrest was so inappropriate. You were related to them. This is mad inappropriate. He's like, so Ava, you didn't see that? You're under arrest. And I was just like, Christina, I feel bad that she fell into the water, but it's like my issue with GH is Sonny has to, and I talked about this in my character analysis, Todd Manning. What I respect about One Life to Live is they never tried to make Todd a hero. We knew he was basura, but because of that, we actually accepted him better. I would accept so much more on GH if they didn't try to make Sonny, Jason, and Carly the hero. Carly got mad at Sam for wanting to keep her son safe from Jason. It's so cool with Sonny. And then now Ava is the villain. Ava is the villain here. How? She didn't tell Christina to come over her place. She didn't tell Christina to antagonize her. It's like the writers are trying so hard to make Ava a villain, so hard right now. And I'm like, did Maura West do something to one of the writers? Did she, eat their sandwich in the break room fridge without letting them know by accident? Like, what happened here? Because it's such a hard on they got for Ava right now, and it's such a twist. Ava has no friends, and Nina was the only friend. So I'm like, what is this all about? I don't like what they're doing to Ava. And then having Trina go against her, Trina talking about like, wow, I finally see Ava's true colors. And you didn't see Sonny's when he beat up Dax, like he kills people for a living. That's not enough true colors. Like, right? Because here's the thing, Natalia was the one who said those things on the recording. Ava just happened to leak it to the press. You know what I mean? It just happened to leak it to the press. Okay, Jolie, I totally agree with you. I was actually thinking the same thing when I saw Lee on screen. It was giving Disney Channel stop acting. It was. He definitely kind of has that kind of vibe to him. They definitely told him to grow back out the beard again. And with Lee Shin, I'm just wondering when it's gonna go because Wendy's not even on. What's the point of this? And we don't care about Connie. We don't know her enough to care about her and see her being haunted by a ghost. I don't. It's reminded me of a bit like Marcy McBain when she was on the run with Baby Tommy, One Night to Live. Um, Unless they're gonna do something here with Connie, I don't. Honestly, what's missing in this whole Connie storyline is that we have a whole female like triage thing going on here at Demare Enterprises, and that has not been highlighted. Women taking over Demare. This could be a powerful storyline, guys. We're missing here with the Connie thing. It's just missed opportunity. It's a very missed opportunity, I'll say. Very missed opportunity. And back to Ava, I was happy that when Christine got pushed out the window, which I was spoiled by one of Albert's thumbnails, ladies and gentlemen, them damn thumbnails. Those damn. We do. I would have gotten away with it too if it were for you, those pesky thumbnails. But it's just like, when she thought the window, I was like, we finally got a high stakes episode in GH. You know, when was the last time we saw someone like that in GH? Yeah, people follow the parapet, but it wasn't. We didn't see the impact like we did with this. We didn't see the
Mm-hmm.
impact. She fell off that window. I was like, and I had to quickly watch it after I was spoiled by one of Albert's thumbnails. I was like, oh my god! I was like, I cannot believe this. GH actually giving us that. I was on the edge of my seat because I was like, I know Christian's gonna be okay, but it's like when you have those kind of episodes, you really are on the edge of your seat from them, like, oh my god, like what is about to happen? It's like on days when Jack was on the elevator and the elevator cord snapped and it just went, whoosh, and he fell down, and there's like, Dad, no, and then Jack died again for like the 15th time on Days of Our Lives. But it's like that was good storytelling right there. It was good storytelling.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you. It's always good to sit there and see DC as well.
Yeah.
Even though I tend to spoil his source with my thumbnails. Even though it happened that same day, but yeah, sure, we'll call it spoiler.
Okay, Ed the Bank says something here. What do you think about Ava all of a sudden being scared Gad found out truth? Can I address that?
Yeah, of course.
I think it's weird because Ava and Gabby aren't friends. Like, I don't know why you're scared of her, sis. Your whole family's a mob boss. This is like very weird. Like, why are you scared of Gabby? Like, what can Gabby do to you? Like, and at the end of the day, you work for Kristen. Kristen is your boss. So what's up? Like, what is there to be afraid of here exactly? Like, you could end Gabby with the quickness. So it's just like I just don't understand. It's very weird to me. You hijacked the whole plane and killed Sean Brady Sr. So I don't know why you are scared of Gabby Demira. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to
It's
me at all.
funny. I said the same thing. I was like, you were the former mob princess, and now you are like gorgeous
Diane
Queen
Jenkins,
Justice in the chat.
Diane
Yep.
Jenkins has answered the chat. The first lady of Jabot, first lady of Boston Enterprises.
Absolutely.
So to me, I just feel like that was just very weird that Ava is so scared of Gabby finding out. I mean, I was like, okay, but I'm like, you hijacked the whole plane. I remember the episodes back in '08 when she hijacked that whole plane. You know what I'm saying? And Sean Brady was like, he had a little face mask at the airplane. He's like, guys, I'll see you in the next life. And the plane just crashed. That Ava is scared of Gabby, finding out she's over her man, and they're not even friends.
Mm.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's crazy. What's good, Danny? Um, yeah, it's definitely stupid, and I see that they're trying to do it to build up some sort of suspense, but this ain't the way to go about it, though. This is
That don't
definitely
make
not the
sense.
way to go about it.
They never even chatted on the show. So that's I don't get what is the fear of that. Like there's some storylines on days like okay, even with the Bobby thing, I thought we were actually gonna go somewhere with this, but it went nowhere. And if you never notice on Days and YNR, they always got the soaps always have a certain kind of social issue storyline going on at the same time. It's like they heard from the grapevine, so and so's doing that storyline, so we got to do it too. As Days is doing a DID, YNR is doing a DID. When YNR was doing an Alzheimer's storyline, GH was doing an Alzheimer's storyline for the first time.
And now you have Sharon that's there doing uh bipolar thing when Sonny was sitting there doing it on General Hospital. But I don't know where you are. Where are you with The Young and the Restless?
I'm fully caught up to speed. I haven't maybe seen yesterday's episode or so, but I'm fully caught up with YNR. Um, I'm really happy that they're finally going to address I'm like they're finally now going to address like Daniel and this whole Cassie Mariah thing. Because when we saw her, we've never seen I at least I don't know if I missed it, but I've never seen Daniel Mariah ever have an interaction prior to like even this month. And this is
I haven't seen
Cassie's
it either.
dead twin sister. And but the Sharon storyline is actually pretty interesting. I gotta admit, it's actually keeping me on the edge of my seat because I don't even know where this is going. What are your thoughts been about it?
I'm liking it. I really am because they're actually giving Sharon some good stuff. People always talk about how Sharon's, is a great character. She's a great actress. But when I started watching it, it's like they didn't really show me anything until Cameron Kirk came in. So now that they're actually showing this, it's like, oh, okay, all right, cool. Now I can sit there and see what y'all are talking about with Sharon's story. Um, and of course, you have Lucy and she's hanging out with Faith and getting drunk to try to be
We know where
cool.
that's
And it's
going.
just
We know where
like,
that's going. Okay, he says, "Do you care for the body and soul storyline? Do you think you can go?" Um, I mean, just it's okay. I'm not. I know this is Ron, so he's going somewhere with this. And he likes to tell these kind of off the wall storylines, like he did with the 1968 storyline on One Life to Live. You guys remember that storyline, One Life to Live, where Bo and Rex travel back in time? I know Albert doesn't know, but what about you guys in
No,
chat? You guys know this storyline. So he's and just like he gave us a storyline with the body and soul thing from before with Abe and the nurse, I'm willing to entertain it because of Carvelotti. I think he should write for YNR next since he's out of days. I really would love to see what he could do with YNR, honestly. But I'm okay with the storyline right now. I'm not like all the way indifferent to it at this point. Because Days and YNR for me has the best storylines I'm actually engaged in and interested in, to be honest. Um, Especially YNR, we have. I don't care about Victor taking over Chancellor. It should have been Mamie. I feel like that should have been Mamie who was a mystery investor. I don't think that needed to be Victor. I feel like Eric Braden, great actor, but let's say he goes at any point in time, they need to set the Noon family up for this next generation right now. They need to set that writing up. They need to set that writing up there. And I feel like for him being the mystery investor, it was just so lackluster to me. And once again, they're in their 50s, still fighting over who dad loves the most. It's kind of childish with the Newman. It's like, oh, in your 50s? Like, are we still doing this? Like, and speaking of which, I have to mention this. Did anybody notice that throughout this whole storyline of Claire, Victoria has not mentioned her son Reed not once? Has anybody noticed that?
I didn't even know that she had another son. What's
She
good,
did not
Alyssa?
mention that boy not once in this whole storyline. Because I was thinking about the other day, I was like, she's so worried about Johnny and Katie, but like, what about Reed? I was like, I've never heard this boy's name not mentioned out once during the storyline. It's like he's a stepchild. And so you didn't even know she even had another son.
Nope. So that's saying something, and of course, I mean, I only been watching it for like maybe 3 years, but she's never once in the entire time that I've watched it, I've never heard her say anything about another son. So that's something right there. I've only heard about it today, and you just said it.
She's never once brought up Reed. And I was like, this is crazy. This whole storyline, like Claire is everything. Claire, 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 Claire. But not one mention about Reed, which is just wild to me. And I'm just like, how are the writers forgetting? Writers are gonna catch on at some point, realize a mistake, and they're gonna try to fix it later on. We always see it in the writing, like, oh, this is the point where they realize they messed up. Like, let's fix this. You always see it. But it's like she never brought up Reed not once. And I would like to see the writers do something different. Because the whole Claire thing, Claire's like, oh my God, like Summer, I'm just here for like you and Harrison, and like, I'm sorry if I'm getting like in the way. Every time I look at Claire, I'm just like you said with the tomatoes thing, I just want to throw tomatoes at her, right? Because it's like if I was Summer, I would feel like, sis, you know what you're doing. Like you know what you're doing. Like you managed to kidnap a whole family. You can't mean tell me you're this stupid. You don't see what you're doing. And the thing is, like, Summer's your cousin. Kyle will come and go, sis. Summer is your actual family. You're talking about family. You want to do right by the family. Summer's your cousin. Where's the loyalty to that?
Well, I'm going to be honest. It's very hard to sit there and have loyalty, sympathy, or even sit there and like this person from day one. The minute after, Summer has been nothing but an entire bitch to Claire. So I'm not exactly on the whole Summer and they should be riding and dying and stuff like that. In reality, I would sit there and think Claire needs to sit there and tell Summer the effort and the horse she rode in on. Because at the end of the day, she's sitting there trying to be a nanny towards her son, and she's been being nothing but disrespectful. I'm like, you know what? My mom's is rich. I don't actually have to sit there and deal with this. What am I doing? Why am I sitting there trying to kiss your ass for?
A
So,
son. She's nannying Summer's son, right? So he said she's being a nanny to Summer's son, who she's part of the reason why Summer's son got kidnapped, and she also was part of the reason why Summer's father almost died, and the rest of her family. That same Claire.
Well, that okay.
I
That
wouldn't roll out the red
that's
carpet for that person either. If I was Summer, right?
so we riding for summer now. Is this what we doing? Hey,
You know
chat. Is
what?
this what we doing? We snuck there riding for summer now.
Summer is doing the most right now with the cussy suit, but I see kind of where Summer's coming from because for Kyle, the first thing that comes along, that's what blinds him, and Summer knows that. And it seems like for Claire, she just wants to be able to speak on the Jabot microphone at the moment. And so for me, I just feel like, you know, I I totally understand where Summer's coming from because she is the reason why Harrison was kidnapped. She kidnapped her dad and everyone in her family. Like Summer is right to not be rolling out the red carpet for her, and Claire needs to stay in her lane. Every time I look at Claire, I get irritated. Like, yeah, Summer, like me and Harrison were just drawing pictures. Like, oh my god, like, and it's like, sis, you kidnapped the whole family. You kidnapped the whole family. Okay, you kidnapped the whole family. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I I think Ed has a comment for you.
Okay, so Ed says, DC, what do you think about EJ not divorcing Nicole and Brady and Nicole being in Paris going to save them from EJ? Brady,
He meant
Nicole,
Eric. He meant Eric
Eric. Okay,
in the
Eric and
call.
Nicole being EJ, being in Paris right now. I'm totally okay with it. Um, Nicole got her karma. She did get her karma back. Because I mean, I hold soul grudges. So Nicole got her karma back. She had her baby stolen after stealing Sammy's baby, so it's okay. They're equal now in the soap world, right? And that baby she stole was also EJ's baby. So EJ stole her baby in a sense. So we are equal, ladies and gentlemen. She has atoned for her sins now. Okay. She's atoned. I just want to see what they're actually gonna do with Holly and Tate. I'm actually excited for this teen scene on the soap. I have never been this excited before because even GH's teen scene doesn't do it for me. And this Geo guy. What's all this with this Geo guy? Yeah. But honestly, I'm Days right now has my attention with the I think has the best storylines right now that is interesting to me and with YNR. And even with Sharon on Friday's episode where she saw Cameron in the middle of her living room and then the camera did this zoom up to her, like her background was all blurry, and I was like, oh, this is good directing right here. This is good directing. I don't know who's directing YNR right now, but kudos to them. This is good stuff right here. This is good. What did you think about it though, yourself?
I mean, like I said, well, liked about which one, YNR or Days or
All of the above. I was actually going to go with this question right here from Ed, but go ahead. I want to hear your take.
my take is that it's not going to do a damn thing to sit there and fix um anything as far as Eric and Nicole because the only thing that they're doing is running away from their problems and they're still married to other people. You think if you go halfway around the world that's going to sit there and solve anything? No. The only thing you're doing is sitting there teaching your daughter that, you know what, the best way to sit there and solve your problems is by running away. On top of that, but I get it though. See, I get it. The actors have to leave. So they have to find, seriously, they have to find a way to sit there and get the actors off
Yeah,
screen. And so it's not exactly the best way to do it, but it doesn't have to be where it's like one person's in a coma, the other person's hurt or something like that. And let's be honest, they've both been very self-centered people for a very long time, so it just makes
period.
sense for them to
Period.
sit there and ride off into the sunset, having sex with each other, being nothing but heathens, and still married to other people. No, that makes sense for them. So yeah, I'm cool with it. Um,
What do you think about Sharon's bipolar storyline on? I didn't even know they were going the bipolar route with her actually, but what do you think about that?
I thought it was interesting. I thought it was actually really interesting um, because now all this stuff is coming up. You know, all this stuff, all this feelings with Nick, um, and Cassie and everything like that. Especially Daniel being back, because Daniel being back, I'm pretty sure that's a trigger. And the fact that she's been so nice or whatever, it's like, yo, I mean, this man is kind of responsible for your little girl being in the ground. We just supposed to sit there and act like everything's supposed to be kumbaya with Sharon. Like Sharon always came across to me as a very kumbaya character, but it's like That's your daughter right there. That's a little bit different. And maybe I don't expect a shouting match every time she sees him, but it has to be some level of contention every time she sees him. So I'm glad that now that she's off the meds, you can kind of sit there and see it a little bit. It's not on full display, but her tone is a lot more sharper with her. And I can
Yeah,
appreciate that.
I appreciate it too because I feel like they never allowed Sharon to explore that pain. I feel like because there was years ago when I think a year or so ago when Daniel came back or so and he was at the coffee house and she's like, Daniel, is anything in your mind? Well, these bagels they're on the house, and I was just like, what the hell? I'm like, I'm not like I said, like you said, I hope it's going to be a shouting match, but like this, she was just too nice. Like, oh my god, something on your mind, Daniel? Let's talk. Like, it was just too nice for the man they could have done. It was a bit too nice, and I'm happy because we need to see Sharon explore her emotions or her feelings. By the way, is Sharon actually a psychiatrist? Did she pass school? Like, did they ever talk about that? Because like, it's so ambiguous to me what Sharon actually does on the show. I'm really confused about that.
I'm confused about that too. I'm also confused about this question: why Claire don't get a real job? So being a nanny isn't a real job? Okay, that's
Well,
new to
okay,
me.
let me say this. Let me say what Lashonda said. Listen, it is a real job, but you're part of $1 million family. This is what I'm saying. Claire knows what she's doing. She don't need to be a nanny to Harrison. It's not necessary, and she knows that Summer is her cousin, and she's all about the family,
So
quote
what?
unquote.
So what? I feel like I need a drink to sit there and continue having this conversation, but um, yeah, she wants to sit there and be a nanny to Harrison, and Summer has just been very contentious and nasty and everything like that. And I'm just like, bro, you don't need to sit there and deal with any of this. You don't need to sit there and put up with Summer. Honestly, tell you the truth, with Summer, what Claire needs to do is grow a goddamn backbone and not just have this chick kind of constantly steamroll.
They
Uh,
lost the baby. Well, leave it to Albert Boss Enterprise. We spoil, ladies and gentlemen. Boss Enterprises, where the spoilers come out.
or it happened that day, so it's not a spoiler. If it happened that day, regardless of whatever someone's schedule is, if it happens that day and somebody managed to overhear it, it's not a spoiler. I'm sorry, but I had to sit there and have a strong stance on that because I was online and I think it was one soap channel that said something about Everett's death, and somebody in the comment section was like, "Spoiler much?" And I had to sit there and correct them. I'm like, "Yo, listen, it happened that day. It came out that day. If you didn't see it, that's your problem. But you're not going to sit there and start talking about a spoiler. No, 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 no. That's your schedule, and that's fine. But if that's the case, then don't come on this soap channel or page or whatever, and then start whining about spoilers. I don't want to hear that.
Fair enough.
So maybe I'm being a dick,
Withdrawn, Your
but
Honor.
that's just how I feel.
Withdrawn, Your Honor. You're fine. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
It wasn't more towards you. It was just
No, no,
like
no, no.
it reminded me of that page, and somebody in the comment section was like, "Well, Albert, not everyone watch the soaps every day." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's their problem, though."
Dang, I can't believe they lost the baby. Dang. Well, Alexis was right. When she told TJ, I told you it was gonna happen. TJ was like, is that the best
Yes,
you have to say? And I was like, yeah. Like she told you guys it's gonna happen. Alexis told TJ and Molly this is gonna happen. So when he got mad at her in the hospital, yelling at her, she's like, Alexis, and it's like she's in a tough place. This is both her daughters. What do you expect her to do? And on top of that, it's like she did say she warned you guys. And he's like, well, is that the best you got to say? Is that all you got to say, Lexus? And I'm looking at the screen like, yeah. Like, what more can she say? She told you. Okay, so Chelsea says, at DC Subcenter, excuse me, how would TJ react to Trina's undying loyalty to Ava, who accidentally killed his daughter? The same. No, I got to answer for you. I feel like I got to answer. I feel it. I feel it coming. I feel it. I feel like I got to answer. The same way. Hold on. Hold on.
take your
I,
time.
I'm trying to find. I know I got a good answer for this. I got a good answer. I know I got a good answer for this. Hmm. Dang, that's my answer. I know I got a good answer for this. I'll say this. I put Christina 100% at fault. She should never went to Ava's room. Um, she should have known the Metro Court was not up to code with the windows. And I can't believe what they're doing to Ava. This is not cool. This is not cool. They're doing to Ava. Now they lost the baby too. Dang, all that just for them to lose the baby. Dang, that's heartbreaking. Dang, man. But the thing is, Trina always knew what kind of person Ava was. She's still gonna have undying loyalty to Sunny. She still have undying loyalty to Sunny. Who kills people for a living? And yes, I know that's like something I say verbatim because he does. He beat up Dex, and everybody's still rocking with him. He never saw some of these true colors after that. And the fact that she would even think that Sunny would make a better parent than Ava is like it bewilders me, honestly. This man doesn't even know his meds are being messed with. On top of that, like that
Well,
bewilders.
why would he know that his mess is being messed with though?
Well, people say it's because of the way Sunny's acting, but Sunny is also a mobster, so it's like this is not exactly off the cusp behavior for a mobster to be doing personally. I, TJ and Trina, I get it, I get it, I get it, I get it. But like Ava has nobody now. Like, why is all doing this? She doesn't have Nina. She doesn't have Sam. She doesn't have Lucas. She doesn't have Leo. She has nobody. Mm. They could have at least given her Lucas. They could have at least let her have Lucas. At the very least. Well, never mind. No, Lucas was close to Carly. Never mind. That wouldn't have worked. Dang. Kelly lost a baby. Dang. I really didn't think they were going to make her lose the baby after all this time. We spent at least a good 6, 7, 8 months on this storyline.
It's funny because I think that's just said something along the lines of like they did all that and for what now? All
Damn.
that preparing to go to the custody and stuff like that.
I'm okay with TJ and Molly letting Christina have it. Is maybe that why a certain person is coming back to town? I don't want to say no spoilers, but I found out through another channel spoilers on the community tab. Is that why a certain figure in Molly's life is coming back to town? Figure in her life coming back to town?
We
Is
all
that
know what the spoiler is, DC.
oh they do? About Rick coming back?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
And it was from Dion. And it was from Dion's corner, right?
yeah.
Okay. Well, no, I keep an eye on the other channels as well.
See, Victor Newman here, guys. It's giving Victor Newman Glassada. That's what it's giving.
What did
It
you
is.
ask the chat? What did you ask the chat earlier? You was like, "Who is Victor Newman and who's
Yeah.
Jack Abbott?"
So between me and Albert, who's the Victor and who's the Jack Abbott? Who is it, guys? You guys
I'm
got
I'm very I'm very curious about that.
who is the Victor here? Who is the Jack Abbott? Who is the Titan Industries? Who's the Demir Enterprises?
On a side note, I do feel like if I actually burn my hand while doing this, I'm gonna blame Jess for it.
You are.
Yeah, just because. Why not? She's kind of used to me just blaming her for random shit. So okay, I'd give you an answer.
I think so too. I think so
Yeah,
too.
that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm cool with that.
He's a Victor Newman. He's keeping control of.
Oh, okay. Where the hell's my goddamn fork at? But yes.
For the 90s to 2000s, Sonny was a mobster, and yet he was still granted custody of Michael Christina Morgan. Yeah, you know, the things I think with Sonny is that Sonny, like I said, with Todd Manning and Sonny, Todd Manning was a leader one life to live, but they never try to make him in like romanticize his history. He was who he was. You know, Sonny, they never did that with Carlo Hester. They never with the Santos family guy in Light, but they managed to do that with Sonny and GH. And it's like, even with Charlie's trial recently, she was barely in that trial for 2 seconds. All of a sudden, all the evidence was lost. all of a sudden because Brennan thought she was cute, and that's why the evidence got lost, right? Because Brennan had a crush on her.
What show are we talking about?
General Hospital. The evidence being lost against Carly in her trial. They couldn't find the evidence.
Oh yeah, and to be fair, and was that even really evidence? Like how? I mean, just in general, if I sit there and say I'm the head of a mob family and I didn't actually do anything mob related, is that really evidence?
Well, I guess if the mafia was having legal operations at the time, which if you're in charge of it, that means you given the go ahead. Then in a way, sort of yes. Well, never mind. It's a coffee importing business.
I mean, my point is that her going to jail for insider trading, I can get. Her going to jail just for simply saying that I'm part of a mob organization, I can sit there and say I'm part of a mob organization. That doesn't mean I should be put in jail just because I said something. Now, if there's transactions that I did, that I facilitated and stuff like that, that's different. But just her going to jail simply for saying that she's the head of a mob organization, I'm sorry, but that does not make any damn sense.
The thing with the
Doesn't.
GH right now is I feel like they're losing a lot of direction as a show. I mean, we've kind of noticed for a while, but they're really losing direction. I mean, with Sunny and Nina no longer together, I thought Ava and Sunny were gonna have like a little reunion, and they didn't. And now Ava's back to being the villain again, which I think is because they needed to give more West that villainess role again because it's like Ava was just becoming too soft. Um, but I just want to see a healthier balance and direction. Christina and Blaze. I'll take it for now. I'll take it for now. I just want more direction with GH. This is why in 2025 I may just start watching two soaps only. I feel like it's important I give my viewership to the shows that are deserving of it. And GH has done a decent job, but I want more than decent. I want more than decent. I'll have three shows on my roster in 2025. I know the Gates will be one of them. And like I said, they have one. They have.
Okay, come on.
Let's see here.
Are we going to change now?
They got 1 week to impress me.
There we go.
They got 1 week to impress me. The Gates. They got a
One
great.
whole week,
And you know what?
7 days, 5 days,
5 days.
5 days, people.
But you know what? Once I saw who was executive producing, I'm actually confident in the show now. Now that I said Bob Guza signed on, I think we're in good hands, ladies and gentlemen. I feel okay. I feel we can rest. We can rest. We can rest. I mean, but then again, at the same time, he also signed up for Sunset Beach, and that did get canceled real quick after a few seasons. But I think he learned because when he signed to the GH after that, GH turned it into the powerhouse that it is today. But unfortunately, he's still not around. But Bob Goose is signing on. This show is going to be written somewhat similar to Passions. I can feel it. I know I saw how he wrote for Sunset Beach. I'm interested to see how he's going to write for the Gates. I think with Bob Goose around and coming on, we're in good hands. How do you feel about that news? Because I didn't think the
I'm
guy was
very,
in
ha- I'm
business.
happy. Listen, the fact that they got Bob Guza on, just hearing his name be attached to something, I'm good. I'm a very happy camper. I want
But
to
you
see
know,
how it plays out, but I'm very happy that Bob Guza is attached.
me too. And you know what this means though, too, right? If he's still writing executive producing for soaps, this means that he could always come back to GH.
And be on the game.
Probably not on both, maybe, but maybe he might be on just to like get them started, and then maybe he can come back to. Well, actually, no, leave GH alone. They've had their years. They've been doing their thing. We'll keep him over here for now. But he could come back to GH, or hell, maybe he could write for Days of Our Lives. Because that could be like, if he's still in the soap producing business, So I mean, the fact that he's on, because I mean, I thought being Bob Guza is like one of the greats. You have Jill Farron Phelps, Bob Guza, Julie Ann Carruthers. What's the other one? Charlie, forgot his name. Chuck something. He was right for All My Children. We had who else? My God, there's so many of these people. Gene Pasante. We had Jesus Christ. We had hold on, I'm trying to think of all these different people. Hogan Sheffer. These are the good names. These are the names back in before the soap renaissance ended in 06, 07. Carvelotti. Carlotti was in there. Valentini, which I don't. Is he still exec EP of GH? Because I think he's so stepped away from the limelight. Can't say I
I
blame
think
him.
I know. I mean, I know that he's still at NGH in some capacity. I don't know exactly what though. But what's I've heard of Sunset Beach. Why don't you tell me what that is for people that may not know Sunset Beach?
Okay, so Sunset Beach was a soap that came on NBC. It was probably came around the noon time frame, and after it got canceled, it was kind of replaced by Passions and then put in the 2 o'clock time slot. Sunset Beach was I don't even know how to even explain it. It was almost like them trying to make a primetime show a soap. It didn't really hit. It wasn't until the show ultimately had what was it, the Shockwave serial killer storyline that things started to take off of the show, but by then it was too late. They're already in cancellation mode. But Sunset Beach is actually on YouTube. I was just watching it. You can see how Bob Guza writes. And even when I was watching, I was like, okay, this definitely feels like John Riley from Passions, but it definitely felt like Guza. And I was like, did Guza write for the show? And it was Guza. Because you can see the early remnants of GH, the way he writes for GH in that show. Like even nowadays, for those of you watching Live to Live, for those of you used to watch Live to Live, which excludes Albert from this list, you can see how
Absolutely.
you can see how Carmelati, you can see how the writing on Days right now reminds you of circa One Life to Live, 2003 to 2008 or so with Carmelati. Like the writing is very similar to that, the style in a sense. You know what I'm saying? So I'm excited to see what it's going to do for the Gates. I'm excited, but they haven't announced the cast or anything like that. But I hope they do it right. They need to do this right. They got 1 week.
One whole week. That's 5 days, people. 5 days. That's all they get.
1 week to
And people
invest.
and people think that I'm harsh. Um,
Okay, John says DC, the Gates need to run like Grey's Anatomy. Grey's Anatomy is almost like in a first person form. And okay, I see what you mean. I kind of see what you mean a little bit more than first person form. What are your thoughts on that?
I never actually watched Grey's Anatomy, so I was more of an ER person back in the day.
Ooh la la, ER,
Yeah,
ooh la la.
yeah. Old
I'm
school
actually a
George Clooney. Yep.
I'm actually a Chicago Med kind of guy. Um, but yeah, see, just gets it. A week is good enough. I shouldn't get more than a week. They got 1 week.
God damn, Justice Cutthroat. I love
That's
it.
5 episodes. Is
Um,
that not enough? That's 5 episodes. They have to have a cliffhanger that first week, or I'm out.
wow.
They gotta have a cliffhanger that first week. I got things to do. I need a cliffhanger that first week. I need to be drawn to these characters. I need to see why I care, and to be looking at my screen. They need to give us the formula for a good soap, which is a sex scene, a mystery the first week. Um, we need to know who the prominent players are of the soap, who these characters are, why should we care about them. And I
And they
feel
need
like 5 hours, which is 5 days of the week, is enough time to tell that story. Yep.
LOL. That's fair. Okay.
How long are you gonna give it?
I'm gonna give it a while. I'm gonna give it a while. I probably would sit there and probably watch it. Unless it's really bad. Unless it's really, really bad, I'll probably just sit there and watch it. Because hell, I'm watching Bold and the Beautiful. I like to sit there and have things to my roster as far as things to talk about. I mean, we've been talking for like 2 hours. Can't imagine if I was only doing just some soap operas.
In the bank. Ed the Bank says, DC, what do you think about the direction of GH's and the character? Um, I feel like GH is just all over the place with the storyline sometimes. Um, Sometimes I just feel like the writers' wall is like Anna and Valentine is working for Pikeman. Let's see how that sticks, and they just throwing stuff at the wall, making it see what sticks on GH. There's no, I'm not really invested in that one GH storyline right now. More because sitting out the window, I was actually captivated for the first time. I was like, wow, we got something here. But I need a new direction for GH. I'm liking the little All My Children route they're going with some of the storylines, but I need something more. I need something more, honestly. Your thoughts?
um, for the most part, I actually have been enjoying General Hospital lately. I can see that they're trying, they're putting in some effort. I can appreciate that. I know for a while they haven't been good, and I've talked about that in length. So I
Mhm.
can see I can see what they're doing. I can see that they're actually trying to do a good job. So I can appreciate that.
Right, right. I feel like GH gave us the Christina thing because literally nothing has been going on for this show for a while. Um, the stories are just. I want to see an ensemble cast, but I know GH is not that kind of a show, but I would love to have seen a ensemble cast. I know that's just not their forte in a lot of ways, but I would love to have seen that.
Mm, yeah, like I said, I can appreciate that they are trying now. So that's
Okay, what are you
you
talking about
know
B&B? What about B&B for you?
B&B. It's not great. I'm gonna be honest. It's not great. It's not the worst, but it's not great though. I'm very interested to sit there and see how this new Taylor thing is going. If it's going to be good, if it's going to be bad. I feel like some people are judging it way too harshly, and she didn't even start yet. She didn't even start, so I'm willing to sit there and give it a chance. But looks wise, it does not look great.
Hold on one
I
second
will
for me.
sit there and say.
Hold one second.
I didn't even realize. I forgot you can actually turn off the camera.
All right. I actually did not have to do that. I don't know why I did. I had to turn on the microphone. My bad. Okay. Um, with B&B, okay. See, Alyssa's already saying that Rebecca Budig's a miscast, but has she been on the screen yet as Taylor? Or we haven't seen her yet as Taylor for B&B.
We have seen her on. We have seen her on as being.
I actually, when I saw that in locker room, I was like, I think she's perfect for the role. I haven't seen it.
Perfect for the role, people.
I think she's perfect for the
Perfect
role.
for the role. Perfect.
I
Okay.
saw the blazer she
Perfect.
had on. This is our new Taylor. I feel it. I feel it. This is our new Taylor. I feel it. She
This
gave me
is our new Taylor. DC feels it.
Gabby better than New Gabby. New Gabby's actually just now warming up to me. I'm just now maybe thinking maybe she could be Gabby. Maybe I could see it now. Maybe. Took me a while. Took me a while. Maybe I
I
could see.
mean, I think looks wise, she is not a great Taylor, but I want to sit there and see how she interacts with the actual cast in person and stuff. So this way I can get a better assessment. That's what I will sit there and say about that.
I mean, she's
Yeah.
definitely similar to the last Taylor we had. She's no Hunter Tylo, that's for sure. If we would went to Hunter Tylo to Rebecca Budig, that would have been drastic. But because we're going from Krista Allen to now Rebecca Budig, I can accept it. I can totally accept it. Someone asked a question about what was it? Who was it asked the question? It was Ed the Bank. What do I think about the search for Abigail and Jack and Chad? What do you think about that?
I think it's interesting. I like the adventure part and stuff like that. And from what I understand, and maybe this is just my guess, this is I don't think they're going. I think they may go the surgical route because when they did sit there and talk to this woman who I think could be Abby or not, they're sitting there saying you may be our Abigail, you may not be, meaning that they're acknowledging the fact that they're not going to just sit there and say that she's Abby right off the bat because she looks totally different. So maybe they're going with the you may be our Abby, you may not be because of the look or whatever. I don't know if that makes sense, but
No, it does.
that's how I interpret it.
It's weird because this the storyline with Jack and Chad finding Abigail, it should be front and center, but it feels like such a back burner storyline. Like it's just hanging out in the background and it comes out from time to time, that storyline. And this storyline actually reminds me of when on Guiding Light, Philip and Rick were looking for Beth, and they saw Beth on like this video monitor, and then Beth was in this room. This is literally playing out so similar to that storyline. I kid you not. The parallels are there. Like I wonder if Carlisle was not watching Guiding Light or he saw this on YouTube and he's like, yeah, this would be perfectly right for days. Because it's literally playing out almost the same exact way. The only difference is that Chad does not have a wife who knew that Abigail was alive and hiding it from him. But it's playing out the same way with the video monitor, going to go see what. So instead of it being Chad and Sunny, it's Chad and Jack Whereas on Guiding Light, it was Philip and Rick who found Beth, and she was on monitor, and they weren't. Then they looked at her, they weren't sure if she was Beth or not. She looked different, and all that stuff. So it's literally playing out that same way. It's like almost playing out very parallel. This is why I like watching other soaps, because like I literally can see so many parallels when I watch new storylines that play out today. For the most part, not always, but for the most part. But I think it's actually it's decently written. Now B&B, I saw Zendaya was doing photo shoots with Brooke for the bedroom line, and she was like, and I'm just like, man, they would never let Brooke grow up on the show. They would just not let this woman grow up. They would just
Now,
not
why
let her
is
grow up.
that? Why is that? Why? I don't understand. Like, what was the poses or something? I don't get it.
It's just I want Brooke to be the matriarch already. My God. But I guess she's
Instead
got
of
to be
her,
the Erica Kane for being B. And we just got to accept that.
hmm. What's
Yeah.
good, Antoinette?
I
I'm
think we just
about
got
to
to accept
switch.
that.
No, I
Go
was
ahead.
going to say this. I'm about to switch to my laptop. So if there's like a little black screen, don't think that I just got ejected from my own stream.
Booted
But
out from their own company.
hmm?
What soap character has been booted out from their own company? What's the soap character? I'm trying to think. What's the soap character that's booted out from their own company?
I'm pretty sure Jeff will probably do that eventually. But um, I don't know. I don't
I
know.
didn't even know that actually watching YNR that Catherine had initially given Chancellor to Victor. I did not know that when I was watching the show. And Abbott Chancellor is just so weird. Abbott Chancellor is like, that's not even Jill's name in a sense.
Yeah, I don't really understand what the hell Billy is actually doing at this point. The fact that he put um Abbott first before, before Winters or whatever, like the fact that he put his name on there before hers really speaks volumes about the
And
way, why he's doing what he's doing, because he's not doing this for his mother. He
he's
keeps
doing it for him,
saying that. Exactly.
so he can have something. That's why he's initially doing it. He's doing it so he can have something in a sense. And sorry, I had it like the cat's causing disturbance by the scenes. So, but
I mean,
yeah,
what was the cat gonna do? Like just knock over like the monitor or something?
let me go get her because she's doing too much for me right now. All right, so all right, there we go. All right, so basically, I feel like with Billy and this whole plan they have, like Lily, like because the Chancellor Winters things, I'm glad it's like torn apart. But technically, Devon is a Chancellor. Devon is a Chancellor in a sense, and it's weird because Chance is a Chancellor. But this is the twist. Chance is actually the biological Chancellor because Catherine was married into the Chancellor name. But Chance is a Chancellor because Philip Chancellor, the first or the third, whatever, the Philip Chancellor second, yes, was his grandfather. So technically, Chance is a biological Chancellor, and Devon is only Chance because Catherine married into the name. So whatever Catherine's married name is, oh, he's gone, guys. Don't call it a company takeover. Don't call it a company takeover, guys. I've taken over Boston Enterprises. I am now officially the CEO of Boston Enterprises, guys. This is a takeover. It's kind of like when Dorian took over, what is it, One Life to Live, when she took over BE from Clint Buchanan. This is what this is. This is a takeover, guys. Sanctuary Productions now owns Boston Enterprises. I'm the new owner. And see, this is a soap. This will be like a Friday cliffhanger episode. And then it'll be over Supper Digest. DC now owns Boston Enterprises, right? I was like, I'm still here. Where are you if you're still here? Where are you? I'm taking over now. I'm officially now the CEO and the founding father.
Sorry, what did you just say? Could have swore I heard him saying he was taking over something. Yeah, what was that about?
I was like a takeover right there. Coming Victor Newman, and this is Glissade.
There we go.
Where do they come with these names, anyways? Of YR Glissade. What is they come with these even these names?
I mean, from what they said, that was like a French name or something. So I'm just gonna let that rock.
Oh, Lord. Oh my gosh. Glasal, where did they come up with these names? But what was I saying before you disappeared from your company and allowed me to take over?
I don't know. I was working on getting onto the laptop. So
Okay, Ed the Bank says, DC, you mentioned you're excited for the Days of Teen Scene. What do you like about it? Hold on one second. I'm just gonna get out of it because this is getting too much. All right. So Ed the Bank asked me a question. Ed the Bank said, "Okay, so DC, what do you like about the teen scene?" Um, okay, I'm excited about it. What I like about it? I just think it's different. It's different and it's fresh and it's unique. That's what I like about teen scene. It kind of reminds me. Well, what are your thoughts about it yourself? Because I don't think you care that much for it.
nope, don't care. There you go. Don't care.
What about From One Life to Live? Did you like their teen scene?
I don't really remember their teen scenes because when I watched it, before it got canceled because of me,
Exactly.
only thing I remember was Star.
Accountability.
And I don't remember them actually having pretty much almost anyone else. Like I mostly watched it when they had Jessica, Will, and Christian, and that whole love triangle thing going on. So
Hmm.
yeah,
I feel like it's crazy because the actor who plays Tate is like 30 years old. So eh, teen scenes to me, maybe because I'm not a teen anymore, that's probably part of it. That's hard to like acknowledge or feel interested in. But I mean, I was One Life to Live, and Days is I'm slightly interested in it because though it's the way they're writing them in a sense that's making them interesting.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, like I don't knock the people that like the teen stuff. It just doesn't really work for me though.
Like the romance scenes.
No, I mean I just don't really care about teen scenes in general. Like I don't care about Tate and I don't care about Holly, and I damn sure don't care about Sophia. So to be honest, all three of them can kick rocks as far as I'm concerned.
What weren't they gonna do something with Leo and like the doctor guy? They like forgot about them, right?
Oh yeah, Mark Green with three E's for some odd reason because that makes sense. Um, and then they had the other guy who was hooking up with Leo, and then
That
he
felt
was
so
like,
random.
"Hey,
That felt so random.
I mean, maybe they'll do something with that." Also, I said this. I think I said this on my channel before, but since you're here, shout out to Dion's Corner for reaching 1,000 subscribers.
Yes, I saw that. I did like the post. I did see that he had the 1,000 subscribers. I did see that. I was so proud of him. I was so
Yeah,
okay, look at him. Okay.
he's an OG. What's good, Darby? He's an OG. So
I was so proud of him. I was like, look at him with his 1,000 subscribers. Look at that. Oh my gosh. What an accomplishment. Even though he had like 18,000 subscribers on his last channel. But he's
yeah, but that was the one where he was just like mostly showing like general hospital stuff or whatever. So like,
but I feel like he could have kept that channel and just off the but I get it. He said a lot of those subscribers probably aren't there anymore, etc. It was from such a long
yeah,
time ago. So okay, I understand. I
yeah.
feel like
This one is it just feels like it's just more earned, I guess, because it's just like him talking about it as opposed to him just putting something on. So
more earned.
yeah.
Yeah. Mm.
Was that dickish or something? No,
No, no, no, no, no.
yeah, that wasn't dickish. Even if it was, it's just true. Like, I mean, that's his own work and stuff like that. He's putting into it, and he's been doing it for a while. I feel like he's very underrated. Okay, there, okay, now you can.
This is
Um,
why I can't wait till like I get to that 1,000 mark. I'm almost there. I'm at 853, and that Gabby video is blowing up. It keeps blowing up by the day. I'm like, damn, I did not expect that video was gonna blow up. It's always when you don't care. I swear, it's when the videos blow up. It's always when you don't care. It's, let's see what it goes. And the Diz or Elijah video too. Very rarely do those blow up. This is a GH that takes off.
and for some odd reason, Y&R is just one of those videos on my channel that really will get a certain level of numbers. Um, which also, Y&R chat with Abby, she's also an OG. She's been doing Y&R videos for like 15 years. 15
I
years,
know,
that's
it's
a
crazy.
long time.
We're just
And
now
Darby
finding
says,
out about
nice,
her though. It's
nice
a crazy
cap.
thing. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was into saying Darby says nice cap. Now, what was you saying?
Oh, Dari. Thank you, Dari. It's just so weird that we're just now hearing about her. She's doing these reviews for 15 years. She probably knows of Nancy Drew 37. Nancy Drew 37 was such an OG back then. Oh my God, I remember Nancy Drew 37. That was Nancy Drew 37 was Orion's Hope. Soap reviewer. You know what Ryan's Hope is? You know Ryan's Hope.
Yeah. I saw when they used to actually have it on SoapNet. They used to come on sometimes.
Ryan's Hope was a decent. I remember I watched it on SoapNet too. It was decent, but I could see why I also got why it got canceled. And
When
I'm
did
not talking
Ryan's
about Nancy Drew 37, by the way. I'm not saying that. I just realized on that sheet.
Well, I mean, what was so crazy about Nancy Drew or Nancy whatever 37?
She would always do it on her lunch break. It was always like wine art reviews. She was just very like unfiltered in her reviews. I really loved it. Um, it was she was I don't know how to explain it. I wish her videos were still here, but man, she was good. She was good. She was here for us all in a sense. So she was pretty
Even
good
even before Brock.
even before Brock. Okay, do you agree with Darby if their Winer's grooming Willie to be the next Catherine Chancellor? Darby, I don't know if I'll go that far.
Well, I mean, I don't even know who Captain Chancellor is, so I can't even sit there and say that. Ava Drone descended from Ryan's Hope.
Yep, because she is a daughter of Delia Ryan. Well, they connected Ava and Delia, like Delia from My Hope and Ava, they connected it, which makes sense. They connected the
Wait,
two
right,
characters.
wait. Ryan's Hope is a part of General Hospital universe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
Because
know that.
Ava's mom is Delia Ryan. So, yes, they're part of the same universe in a sense. They're connected. That's how they connected it too. And then her father, Julian, Victor Jerome. Every time there's a Victor on a soap, he's always an evil person, I notice all the time. But yeah, they're connected. They're connected.
When's the next time you guys sit there and do a live stream? I know you've been busy with so many other things and everything like that, but when can the folks maybe expect a live stream from you?
You know what's crazy? This is so be safe for the members live. I'm about to say. Okay,
Okay. Yeah, yeah, we'll do that.
but I really want to do a live stream, and I plan to. You know, I'm just gonna say this. I plan to. I plan to at some point. I plan to at some point. I plan. I just been really
Okay,
busy
so yeah, in the future.
in the future. I plan to at some point. I plan to at some point. I mean to come on this weekend. I really wanted to come on this weekend. Your live stream. You know, talk my
Well,
shit.
you know, anytime you sit there and be like, "Yo, can I come through?" It's like, yeah, that kind of goes without saying. So,
Because like I said, it's been a lot of adjustments. You know, I had my accent recently. That was oof, yo. It was like an episode of What Like to Live, guys. I was on the road. I was like, up
damn.
next, DC Soap Sanctuary. I laugh now, but I was crying that day. But
Yeah,
yeah,
no. But I'm saying, I mean, the fact that you could sit there and laugh about it and still be here, that says something. So,
literally, like if it was a soap opera, like one man on a road will face his fate. Will he survive? So it was a lot.
and you know what,
Oh
Darby,
man,
I do agree with that. Darby is like ABC back then, were the multi-views long before Marvel. Yep, and he is 100% correct about that.
and this is the thing with the Gates. Will the Gates connect with YNR? I'm wondering because they're on the same network. Because here's the thing, like I feel like Guideline As Well Turns didn't connect as much with Young the Rest and Bold and Beautiful, and I don't know because of production companies, but then again on ABC they all had different production companies for the most part, and they all connected in a sense. All the three soaps connected, especially when it came to who was Sky Chandler's like father. First it was Adam Chandler, then it was Alan Quarterman, and then it was this random lady on Don't Like to Live. But they all connected. I like that. And that made sense because you were taking advantage of the other soap's popularity and bringing their popularity with your show. You're combining it, and I feel like I wish the soaps worked together. In fact, I wish they could do a cross network, which I totally could because Another World was on NBC, but it crossed over to CBS with Another World and with As Well Turns and Guiding Light. Because I mean, imagine if Victor Newman got to meet Sonny Corinthos in Genoa City, like Samuel said, or if Brooke Logan got to interact with Maxie and Ava on not Ava Nina on General Hospital.
But I remember also he said that
Port Charles and General Hospital should have never been in the same universe.
Who said that?
Samuel.
Okay, I disagree with you on that because I think that, well, they need to be part of the same universe in the beginning for the show to sell. And it was because Scott and Lucy was on there. So it was automatic. It was
Yeah.
automatic. You already had Scott and Lucy on there. And it was automatic. And I think the two shows, because the thing is, the whole point that ABC tried to do back in the days, they wanted to start the day in Port Charles and end the day in Port Charles. Port Charles came on at 12:30, and then you ended the day in Port Charles at GH at 3, right? With, All My Children Would Like to Live in between, right? So I thought that that was, I didn't have a problem with that, actually. I didn't have a problem with it. And stories didn't need to all the way connect. Well, in some way they did too, because Scott and Lucy, but other than that, they really didn't need to, in a sense. Give me one second.
Definitely.
One letter out. Go ahead. Being a nuisance. All right. All right. So Annette says the Edge of Night was a good soap too. Did you see Edge of Night?
No.
You ever see Edge of Night? Do you ever go back and watch the classics? Well, I know, Albert, you don't got to do it. You got things to do. You
I
got to
mean,
go.
yeah, exactly. I can't. I mean, like you said, I do actually have a lot of stuff to do, so it's very hard for me to even watching all for the soap opera sometimes could just be a lot. So like,
Right, right. The thing is too is that I think one of the reasons why the other soaps don't want to like cross over their characters across the networks because then it's like the network kind of has ownership of your character. So like if they brought Ashley GH, the people at GH could tell a story about Ashley, and it's like they almost like can like semi own Ashley's character, and they don't want that to confuse the viewers, right? I think that's part of it because that was the whole thing with Prospect Park and the One Life to Live and GH lawsuit. Remember, was because One Life to Live came back on Hulu, and then it's like, yo, One Life to Live's like, yo, we want to tell stories a certain type of way. You guys robbed us that opportunity. Which at the same time, I feel like it was dumb of them to do that because they lost a lawsuit and they went bankrupt. And that's why we don't have One Life to Live no more. They should have said, hey, we realize you told these stories. Let us now work with the stories you told and let's tell it our way. Because in the day, that could have helped them spend the popularity of the online version of One Life to Live. But they didn't allow them to do that. So yeah, I never saw soap either. See, I know what Darius talking about. I see soap. Yeah. Yeah.
no, no, I did not see so. Um, yeah, no, I didn't.
But that connection of the soaps and the storyline was so important because, like I said, when you have that on a show where like One Life to Live and All My Children and General Hospital are connected, and Y&R and B&B has always had that, which they could do a better job at that, personally, in my opinion, because I feel like, I'm just kind of figuring out where's the gates going to fall into that. So, you had As Will Turns, Guiding Light, in Another World. Passions was not connected to nobody. Passions of Days was just doing their own thing. Nobody was connected to nothing, which I felt that was a missed opportunity. Because had they connected Passions of Days, maybe Passions could have been saved in some ways. You don't have to like always find a way to do a crossover, but why not? Like when the whole Crash crossover thing they did with the whole Babe and JR and Kevin Buchanan and that storyline with the baby they had going on, Baby Bess. You remember that? You
No,
were watching Light to Live, I think, at this time. It was
maybe.
04.
Oh, Fort. No, I think I actually stopped watching around that
Oh,
time.
God, Jesus.
Yeah, I know. I was only watching. Darby says it was a comedy based on. I've heard of that. No, but I only started watching it like 1998, and I think I stopped watching in 2002. I think.
Jeez. But that was like the big storyline that connected well, two of the shows, and then they did the Sky Chandler thing, which like who was her father, and she eventually thought that she might have been a quarter maid, but then she turned out to actually be Ray Cummings' daughter on Light to Live, which was some random lady, pretty much you could say. But she was like one of the psychiatrists in Lambview. But that was a good thing when they were able to connect all three of the shows together, because honestly, Erica Kane could still come to Port Charles and do a cameo.
I would definitely love that. What's good, Valerie? I would definitely love that. I mean, if nothing else, just sit there and see Susan Lucci. Which, see, it was actually really funny, and I said this yesterday. I was like, I see that we got a switch, but I don't know if it's exactly an even trade. So, Born the Beautiful gave us Lois back, and then we gave them, Hayden, Rebecca, whatever her name is. We gave them that. But it's like, was it really that much of an even trade?
What does Lois even do on GH right now? Honestly,
Well, Willow?
what does Lois even do? I mean,
Oh, Lois, not a damn thing. No, 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 no. According to the internet, she's there to be Brooklyn's mom because apparently that's important, and to hang out with Sunny from time to time.
I thought that her and Ned were gonna have an affair while she was being friends with Olivia. I thought that's where that was going, but I guess not. So I don't really
Really?
see what the actress got being on GH. She's still also not getting written well.
Yeah, but she is getting written down. As opposed to B&B being like, hey, listen, why don't you just kind of hang out? We'll have something for you soon or whatever. And meanwhile, you're not getting paid. Bills are, stacking up or whatever. But we'll have something for you soon. And I remember, and I'm not going to sit there and say this person's name, but I remember somebody coming in the chat being like, oh, well, she didn't have to leave Bold and Beautiful. She had the money or whatever. She didn't have to sit there and leave. And I'm just like, are you her accountant? No? Well, then shut the hell up then.
Who was this person?
I don't remember this person's name. Um, I
You
probably
don't. I
was
mean, you just said a moment ago you don't want to say their name.
yeah, and then I remember I didn't know this person's name. But I remember them sitting there saying that, and it was such an out of pocket comment because I was like, "Are you gonna sit there and tell somebody else their finances and what they do and they don't need?" I've come to expect that from the internet sometimes. So
Right, right. I think that for me, like I said, I feel like with Lois, I'm happy they brought Lois on because it's like it's almost like there's too many storylines where Brooklyn's mother should be here. Even with Xander, I was honestly surprised that Xander's mom had not been brought on Days a long time ago, but it worked for now. It worked for now. Um, I don't see anything wrong with her being with Brady personally. That's just me. I don't. Brady and Xander are not close. And I don't see the issue. It's like Ava and Stefan. Like I don't know why Ava's cowering around Gabby, and I don't see why Brady's mom is doing the same.
yeah,
Him,
I don't get that either. I mean, the drinking part I can understand, but just hanging out or whatever, it shouldn't really be that much of an issue. I don't get that either.
did you notice something, guys? I want to point this out. Did you notice Johnny touching Gabby's shoulder last week? Did you notice
Oh,
that subtlety when he touched Gabby's shoulder and said, "Hey, everything's gonna be all right." When she was in Rafe's room, did you notice Johnny doing that? Touching
yeah, what was
Gabby's
that
shoulder.
about?
Did y'all notice that subtlety? Something's gonna go down. I've been sensing this when I saw these two first on screen. Well, I saw it with the last Gabby, but something's gonna happen with Johnny Gabby.
I think so.
That subtlety right there when he touched her shoulder. Why? Because Johnny's nowhere even connected to her storyline. That was just so random,
It was.
you know. And there's definitely been a sexual tension between Gabby and Johnny. I don't know if y'all been noticing. And the writers don't put things in there for decoration. Why would we just all of a sudden come in the room, touch her shoulder, and say it's all gonna be okay? What's the reason? This is very random.
I mean, there might have been a reason just because, like you said, that Rafe was a stepfather growing up and everything. And he talked about a lot of the memories that he had. Now, I don't want to sit there and spoil it for you because I'm such a spoiling person.
Go ahead and spoil
Um,
this spoiler
you want me to say it or
that they're gonna get together, him and Gabby.
no? There's another reason for it, and the chat knows.
My goodness, what is a shocking mystery the chat knows?
You want me to say it or because I don't want to be a dick?
Might as well just say it.
I've heard reports that they're going to bring Sammy back.
Okay,
So
that's why he was with Gabby. Something else is going
I mean,
on.
I don't know, but I'm just not just saying. Like he talked about a lot of his fond memories. He also talked about how much it got under EJ's skin every time he talked about, um, rape and stuff like that. So
You see, there it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. This Gabby and Johnny going together is going to drive so much storyline. because it's going to drop the line with Sammy coming back, with Gabby's hatred for EJ, Stefan's hatred for EJ. There it is. And I always said Gabby's gonna have. She already has her Horton baby. She's gonna have her Demare baby next. There it is. And him and Chanel just lost their baby. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. This
You're,
is
you're,
Gabby's
but
next
you're,
baby
but,
dad. You
but
heard it
you're
before.
missing something. But okay, but you're missing something in that part of the story, though.
What's that?
And this is something that, well, I think you should probably know, but isn't it true that Gabby can't have any more kids because of the fight in prison?
But Nicole also couldn't have kids for 10 years.
You know what? Never mind. I'm just saying. I mean, yeah, I guess they might make that happen. So,
And it'll be unexpected. And she'll have her Demare baby. There it is, ladies. And the great thing about it is not only she'll have her Demare baby, she'll have her Horton and Demare baby with brothers. One with Will, one with Johnny. Ladies and gentlemen, there it is. I see it coming. You heard it here first. You heard it
oh
here
yeah,
first.
I totally forgot that's Will and John and Johnny are brothers. I totally forgot about that.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. She's gonna have her Horton and her Demare baby. There it is. And the whole time,
I don't see that happening. I think they may stick to script as far as her not having kids, but I guess time will tell.
why don't you see it happening? Tell me why.
Because of the fact that she can't have kids because of the whole fight thing.
Well, Nicole can have kids.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not gonna sit there and try to. I mean, yes, that makes sense, and I get it. It's like they broke the rules for one person, so why they shouldn't break the rules for Gabby?
But soaps are notorious for breaking their own rules.
I know.
Bo had cancer. Usually, when a soap character has cancer, they never bring them back for the dead. But they did with Bo. Soap's notorious for this. And honestly, because that touch over the shoulder, I was like, that touch shows that. I'm watching, so I was like, what is that all about? People, they don't just put these scenes for no reason, just to give them something to do. Well, at least not Carlotti. Now, people GH, I can't speak for them, but Carlotti's intense show. So it's like, what is that about? His hand over her shoulder. I was like, something's gonna happen, and she's about to find out about Stefan and Ava and what transpired between them. And then right now, Gabby and Chanel have nothing to do. And if Sammy's coming back, oh yeah, this is where it's. And aren't they bringing back Nick Fallon?
I heard about that. I don't know how they're gonna do it. I heard about that.
This is what's gonna happen. Johnny's gonna be that because she needs to have her Demare baby. It makes sense. She already has her Horton baby. Her Demare baby's next, but I guess she just won't be with Stefan. It'll be with Johnny, or maybe it'll be who's the daddy kind of thing. Between the two, between the uncle and the nephew. And you know what? I think that's what's about to happen. And then probably what happened is maybe EJ will. I don't know if he'll switch another test. He's done switching tests right now, but I could see that happening. And I think they make a hot couple. Those two, they make a hot little couple. But it's weird because I feel like Gabby is like. I always imagine her being like 10 years older than Johnny. But we'll see how this works out. All right, Ron says, "What is your opinion on Connie working as assistant at Demare Enterprises?" The Demare Enterprises, all the women working there, I feel it could have been a different kind of storyline, but it's very like slept on right now. I'll accept it for now, but the just Connie storyline is very weird. I don't understand why do we care that Connie's a killer. Like I guess she's a killer, but why do we care exactly? Like why is it shocking? What is the connection to Lee? Because he dumped her, and so she just stabbed him to death. Damn, this is why you won't break anybody's hearts, ladies and gentlemen. Do not break people's hearts. You will suffer. You will suffer, ladies and gentlemen. Don't break nobody's hearts. Okay, Other Bank says, do you see Xander being a good head of the Kiriakis family with Sarah by his side? Honestly, I see Maggie as the head of the Kiriakis family. That's what I see it as. I see Maggie as the head, and I see Xander as maybe next in line. But I think he could be a potential. He could be a potential. I'll put it that way. He could definitely be a potential in a sense. But do you really not see Gabby and Johnny?
No, but
Okay,
I
well,
don't really do the whole couples thing either, though.
but yeah, he watches soaps. Come on, guys.
Yeah, I know, and I'm pretty damn good at it. What's your point?
Okay, yes, listen, Johnny is with Chanel, but he gonna be with Gabby. I could see it. I could totally see it. They have that night. He's probably gonna get some bad news. They're gonna bond over rape or something, and then Sam will come to town. This is perfect timing. This is perfect timing. This is perfect. This is absolutely perfect.
I think the issue is, see, the problem with that theory is like how they're going to just break them up. right?
Well, even when they put Stefan and Ava together, that felt pretty random.
Yeah, but I mean, Gabby was in prison though.
Maybe Chanel will take a business trip somewhere.
That's a stretch, but okay. Like I said, I think that's the problem with that theory. Like, if they were gonna break up, they should have probably did they should probably did it right a little bit right after the whole baby thing. There should have been some issues with the marriage and stuff like that, and some sort of a fight to set that up. Because right now they're good. They're actually stronger than ever.
There's still a way
So,
they can explore it because here's the thing, like just like how with Sharon, it has all those storylines that Sharon's unraveling with the YNR is just not playing out now. See, soaps have so much meat. If they write a storyline well, they have so much meat. They can unpack it whenever they want to. They can just flip it back. They can flip back open, and we can unpack it again, right? And so that happened with John and Chanel, and we think, okay, case closed. But no, they can unpack it again. Something can trigger Chanel. Something could happen, right, between the two of them, right, in a sense. So Alyssa says John and Chanel are endgame. Yes, with every endgame couple, there's people in between. There's got to be someone in between before you get to the end game. And so Gabby will be part of that. And Gabby will be the mother of Johnny's child. I love it. I love it, guys. I'm here for it. I love it. That's a
who
hot
would
couple.
be Eve? You
What was that?
no, they're not. Sally and Adam baby is not alive. Who is baby Eve's grave is Claire for real.
Do you guys notice something with Adam and Chelsea that they both have a commonality that a Newman is raising their child? Did you guys notice that? Because Victoria Newman is raising Johnny, and then Nick Newman is raising Christian, which is Adam's son. You guys notice that parallel?
Hey, what about Nick and
Okay, so you know that Chelsea is a biological mother, Johnny, and then Adam is biological father of Christian. So both of them,
oh, being raised by Newmans? Okay.
yeah, Adam and Chelsea, they have their children raised by Newmans, right? So Nick with Christian, and then Victoria with Johnny. And I think that's a very interesting dynamic. They have their son together, but then they each have their separate child, their separate sons, in a sense, that's being raised somewhere else across town. It's crazy.
What do you think of Will on on the Beautiful?
Okay, so they got a new Will. So like he's a little bit snarky. He's kind of like not really warming up to Luna, and I haven't seen much of the new Will just as yet. I've seen snippets of it. Um, but so far with Poppy, got that Lord that name, Poppy. I really wish her daughter was Bill's daughter. I really wish she was. Because I just feel like if she's that Tom guy's daughter, like what's the point of all this? Like what's next? What are you gonna do after this? And Tom guy just he doesn't even seem like he doesn't even seem like Poppy's type. I just don't see it. I just don't see it, guys. Like, did they even show a picture of what he looked like back in the day? Was he a fine little thing? Because I just don't see it. What are your thoughts?
Uh, see, I agree with Kyrie. I think he's a spoiled, entitled dick. Um,
Well, one of his sons has
he
to be.
just he just comes across as just very unlikable. And his first scene, he practically walks in Bill's room when he had with Bill and Poppy are sitting there banging and stuff. And then he gets all upset. I'm like, bro, how you gonna sit there and walk in your parents' room and then get upset for something that you shouldn't have seen? Um, and then he talks to what you call he talks to Katie later on. He's like, "What are those two doing in our house?" I was like, "Well, you haven't lived there in years, and Katie is no longer
His wife.
lady of the manor. So like, you just comes across as just so out of pocket."
Yeah, the thing is that one of his kids have to be entitled because Liam and Wyatt didn't grow up with him. Will is the only one that technically kind of has. So I actually
Yeah,
really expect that. And he's what is he? He's Will Spencer the third, right? He's Will. So Bill Spencer, he's technically Bill Spencer the third, technically in a sense. So I totally expected that. I totally expected that. Honestly, I'm not surprised at all. And I guess you're supposed to have a mystery of who killed Tom, but like Darby says, who cares though? Why? What makes Tom somebody to even care about? He did have those nice blue eyes, though. I will say that he had some nice blue eyes, right? But it's just like I don't know why Tom, like even Justin killing Tom, I don't get it. And the thing is like I wish B&B would be bold enough to kill off, not bold enough, no pun intended. They would be bold enough to kill off a more of a long time character. I swear, if they ever did a serial killer mystery on B&B, like if they killed all the Forrester models, and then I don't know, maybe Hope or Brooke was killed, masterpiece. Even if you had to bring Brooke back a year later, I'd be okay with it, but it'd be masterpiece. Absolute masterpiece right there. You got something on your mind? What do you say?
Oh no, no, I was just there looking at the comments and looking at Ron and whatever weirdness that he's they're talking about. But yeah, and also your pun as far as Bo being bold enough to sit there and kill off one of their characters. But I mean, Brooke. I just remember sitting there seeing a couple of scenes with Brooke and Ridge, and just sitting there thinking, these two are your very iconic characters, and for some odd reason, what's good, Tammy? For some odd reason, they always seem to manage to make their um their
Storyline about
scene.
them.
They always seem to make their scenes the most boringest and dullest scenes out of everybody else, and they are your iconic characters.
Well, I think the thing is like it stops becoming iconic when every scene is centered around Brooke and Ridge. Like even the Morocco storyline where they were going, it's like, why does this have to be about Brooke and Ridge? And my mom like this feels so random because even though I had been watching B&B for the longest, I don't get the feeling that the storyline had anything to do with Brooke and Ridge. Like the storyline's going on at the moment. Could I be wrong? Because I didn't get that impression. I feel like they just put them in there. Am I wrong about that? Because you've been watching it longer than me as of recent.
I couldn't tell. And I think it's mostly just because it's like B&B, it's like we just watch it, it's like whatever. Um, and that has a question for you that he asked twice.
Okay, yes, he did. He did. Ed said, "What do you think about Alex on days?" I'm glad that he's been humbled. Now that it's revealed that he's not Victor's son anymore. I'm glad that he's been very humbled. But I'm just interested to see what they're going to do with him now as a character. And all of a sudden now Brady is his cousin. He never acknowledged Brady was his cousin. Also, he's, hey, cuz. All of a sudden you guys are cousins now. Okay, that's just how that works. You know, all of a sudden. But I'm just interested what they're going to do with his characters the next.
Um, yeah, I don't know. I guess that's just my thoughts. It's like, throughout this week they made their scenes the most boringest scenes, and they're supposed to be these iconic characters on the show.
I mean, it was a hot
It's
scene
like,
when Brooke was doing the posing and stuff. I was like, ooh, what's up, no? And all of a sudden, Zendaya was a photographer. I don't know when that happened. But he's like, yes, give me more, Brooke. Yes, yes.
well, here's the thing. They had to sit there and find a way to give Zendaya a scene. Let's be honest.
Did those
I
scenes do
mean,
anything for you? The Brooke scenes do anything for you?
Brooke still looked good. I mean, she still got curves, so I'm not gonna sit there and knock any scene with her having less clothes. Um, but again, like with Zendaya, it's like they just sat there and just like, all right, you're gonna be a photographer now. Like, bro, isn't he supposed to be like, drawing and stuff like that? It's like, no, 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 we're gonna make. We just have to give him something to do, so we'll
Yeah,
just
it's
make
like
him a
a
photographer.
360. I was like, when did he become a photographer?
Yeah, so they just had to give him something to do.
Okay,
And
Ron.
now you have Carter that just like, um,
I don't even pay Carter no attention.
okay, now you know what? Ron has a question for you.
Ron, I think this would be a great thing for Days to do, but I think Teresa's in jail right now. She's got a lot on her plate, but I think this would be great. This would be very Liza, Kobe, and Tab Martin from All My Children. Very Joey Buchanan and Dorian Lord from One Life to Live. I'd be here for it. What about you, Albert?
No, because that's gross. That's pedophilia. Um,
If he's 18 older, it's not technically. You know how the writers they want to write this. They're gonna do this the right way. You know, they're gonna do this the right
it's
way.
kind of like, yeah. It's weird. It's just weird. let's just not go there.
But we need a
That's just
shock
weird.
value. This is soaps. We need that shock value.
I don't think we need that pedophilia value. Um,
The roles, the roles are
and let's be
clean.
honest. If the roles were reversed, people would sit there and be threatening to try to get the show canceled. So
Not really. When it was Chris, was it not? That was Nicholas and Esme. We were still fine. But those two look really close in age. Honestly, they don't look that far apart.
yeah,
I mean, okay, what about when it was Jack and Sally? They could make a great couple. They really could make a great couple.
yeah. But Sally was a grown ass adult that was like in her 30s. We can't do it. Let's just move on because I feel like at that point we sitting there talking about some nasty shit that requires me to have a drink. So
Like
let's not go with.
Nate and Tracy for 2025, y'all. Nate and Tracy for 2025.
See, this is where DC
That's a
starts to
sexy
troll in the
couple right
comment
there.
section.
That's a sexy couple. Ooh. Nate and Tracy out of the clothes. I'm like, yes, come on now. Let's see.
Ain't
Nigga,
no,
little jazz music thing. Ooh, that would be hot for TV. That would be too hot for TV. I'd have to do some research that night.
don't believe anything what DC Smith is saying right now because clearly he is trolling. At least with Kyrie's came clean and Kyrie's like
Came clean.
just trolling.
What did he say? He was just trolling?
So
No, I was
he
being
said he was trolling.
serious. That would be a hot couple because it's so different. That's what makes it hot.
You know what? We all have our fetishes, so let's just move on from that.
What could be my
But
fetish from this exactly?
huh?
What could be my fetish exactly from this? They would make a good couple.
DC, you might start a hashtag Trace Nation. Trace and Nate. Oh,
Yeah,
Trace and Nate Nation. Okay.
I like that. Come on, that would be a hot couple hour. You gotta admit.
No, that would be pretty gross. That'd just be pretty gross.
I call it TNN. Listen, I know, and hear me out. Okay, why would it be gross? Tell me why. First of all, tell me why.
Ain't nobody wants to sit there and see some 70, 80-year-old, 90-year-old woman. It's just nasty. It's just nasty. It's nasty.
Isn't Brooke supposed to be in the 70s too? But you said Brooke was
Nobody.
looking good though. You said Brooke was looking
Yeah,
good. So
exactly.
why is it
Brooke still got curves. Anyway,
got curves in her own way? And I feel like Nate could be the man to handle those curves, handle them real good. Yeah.
so Dion is actually doing a reaction to his actually I think it's his 1,000 subscribers. I think that's actually pretty cool. I think it's something along that. He's doing a reaction towards that. So I think that's cool. I'm not talking about this nasty
You
shit.
know what also is cool?
Huh?
Tracy Hastings. That's also cool.
Um,
That's also cool.
yeah.
That's a great thing. I'm telling you, this will be a great couple of set why not? Because everybody will be shocked. Like, whoa, did they just go there? Like, what? And I'll be like, yes, come on now, yes, do that thing.
Who are these people? Who are these people that you speak of?
I think it would set the show on fire. You put those two together. I think they tried to put Tracy with Kane back in the day on YNR, and I don't
Yeah,
think
he said he didn't want to do it.
And that
He
was
said he
stupid.
didn't want to.
He should have gone for it.
Why should he do something that he doesn't feel comfortable doing?
Well, they should have recasted him. That's how I felt.
Yeah.
That was
Okay. Well, then that makes sense.
like, okay, for example, the first Adam and YNR got recasted because he didn't want to kiss a guy. I understand. You can't do something you're not comfortable with. I get it. Totally get it. And so they just recasted him. But then the next guy they recast him with, they barely showed a kiss. They're just like a silhouette. I was just like, what? This is what that was for.
That's what happened.
I don't think that's a slap in the face the first Adam. Oh, you want to do the kiss? We'll fire you somebody else. And there wasn't even a kiss the second time around. Oh my god. Okay, so Ed the Bank has a question. He says, DC, who do you think Connie's gonna stab or kill next after she's done blowing up Stefan and Ava affair? I was hoping that Bobby was gonna work with her, honestly, or like try to expose her. It was just so quick, just like quick coffee, and then boom, he was out. I hope it was at least Hazelnut. My goodness.
Well, the thing is, Jonathan is still thinking that he's still on the show. he's still thinking that he's doing a show that he is he's still on contract. Yeah, he's still on contract.
A ghost,
So
another ghost will be probably.
I think the way that they handled this whole DID storyline was like, see, another reason why I don't really care that he died is that he hasn't been on the show that long, and then he just gets DID, and then he just gets killed off, and it's like, Stephanie's that they're doing these ugly tear cries, and I'm just like, I don't care. And it's like, I'm not saying that they're trying to come off as a dick, but we didn't have him on the show that long, and then this is what you decide to do with him. I'm ignoring that. So
Oh gosh.
I think somebody needs to actually have the hard drive checked personally, but we just love from that.
Oh god, what was the call you were making right before? I just so lost my train of thought. Oh boy.
Oh, we were talking about ever dying and just
Yeah.
me not caring because they didn't, he came on and he was dead, and like, I don't understand how they expect us to care. I mean, I like the actor. I think he's cool. Um, but this is the storyline that they chose to give him. So
Here's the thing that was surprised me on Days is that when they brought back Paul, Andrew, Sonny, I thought we were gonna get more scenes from them than them just attending the wedding.
really,
But I thought, yeah, because Paul obviously found out that in some way Andrew knew about Teresa. Like I thought that way he was gonna find out, like, whoa, you lied to me, like like you know what I'm saying, in some kind of way. And considering that Brady is his brother, I thought we were gonna see some kind of conflict between the two guys. We didn't see that. That was a missed opportunity from Days.
yeah. I mean, I also didn't say this much about them. Um, I really did want Paul to actually stay. I don't know why. I like Paul's character.
What you really wanted? What?
I really wanted Paul to stay.
I did too. I feel like this could have been a perfect contention point for Paul and Andrew, and Paul could have been like Andrew could have been standing up for his sister, and that could have caused a tension between him and Paul in a sense, right? Because of the fact that the danger that Teresa put his own father into as a result. And that was just such a missed opportunity. I mean, that could have drove him back in the arms of Sonny or drove Andrew into the arms of Leo Stark. Missed opportunity there. Such a missed opportunity.
Darby, are you drinking tonight?
People are glass
like,
houses. Hi, glass
like, like,
houses.
are you drinking tonight? Like, are you drinking without me?
I use that incognito process.
I'm just wondering if, because Darby's been a little off tonight. You
Darby,
been,
what's
you
going
been
on?
drinking, buddy?
Darby, what's going on? You okay? Talk to us, buddy. Okay. That's the
Um,
wine. What are you drinking on, Darby? What do you got? I got something. I got something. But like I said, like I think that was a missed opportunity from Days to have done that. They really could have shown the conflict between Paul and Andrew. Because I don't know what they're doing with Leo. Leo, I feel like serves no purpose on Days of Lives right now, to me personally, and he should have been in jail for what he did to Nicole's son. Like I, I feel like the writers let him get off way too easy on that one when he was clearly complicit this whole time.
yeah, I totally forgot about that. I totally did forget about that. Like, he was involved in that whole storyline, and they just,
Glossed over it. They
yeah,
acknowledged it, but I think the writers realized, like, oh wow, we didn't think this out because this it makes it hard for Leo to stay on screen because Leo really has no ties to anybody. He's just like a gossip columnist, and that's not strong enough of a point to give him as a character. This is why I feel like Leo actually should have been able to marry Craig because I would have given him stronger ties, and Craig could have been his moral compass on the show. Leo doesn't have that. There's no one that makes Leo want to be a better person. You know what I'm saying? And Craig could have been that, and I would have been okay with that.
yeah, yeah. I would have been to where's Anastasia? She was on today, and Annette, she was on today.
Well, Marshall, was he on?
No, Marshall wasn't on, but Stella, Curtis, and Jordan, they were on there. Have a good night, Sean.
Before I
Um,
answer Ron's second question, what do you think about Geo?
Gio was just there. I wish that they would give him more to do. They don't give him anything to do. They just shove him in machines and just expect them to actually work. And I did a a video on 4 things that they could do to fix his character. Um, so if you're not a member, check it out in the member channel. But
Oh,
like,
you can't discuss it out here. It's exclusivo. I got you. I understand. I understand. It's
yeah,
part of
I
the
mean,
enterprise, guys. I get it. I
it's
respect
funny.
that.
I actually did have 5, and I can't remember the 5th one. But there's things that they can do to make the character better. Um, Instead of them just they don't do much with him, and I think it's kind of a shame because most people. Here's the thing: most people want him to leave. Most people are like, oh well, he should leave. He should leave. I was like, no, that's shitty writing right there. Why
Was
should
he
the actor
leaving?
have to sit there and lose out? Why should the actor have to sit there and lose out on the job because the writing isn't up to par?
I think the biggest issue with Geo is that he's such a vague character, but then again, his backstory is vague. He's Brooklyn's cousins, something like it's not even clear like what family he's from or what like that is even unclear, and that sets a tone. And it's like we don't know really what he's doing in Port Charles. It kind of reminds me of Sean Montgomery and All My Children, where he came in. It was the summer of Colby Chandler came on, and Sean came on All My Children. He was the nephew to Jack Montgomery. And I think the writers thought, oh, my children, this is enough. He's related to Jack. That's all we got to do. But they didn't really give him a proper backstory. And Gio's backstory is even more scrambled because I'm like, okay, he's a cousin to like Brooklyn's cousin's family, something. And so that's how Olivia knows him. That's why he lived in the Quartermains. It's like, okay. And then Sonny happens to be his uncle too. Lord God. So it's just like, what where's his proper story that he needs as a character for us to actually connect with him? Like, and what is he doing around Trina and Joss? Even if he's a good guy, every character doesn't always need to be edgy, but even if he's a good guy, like, what are his ambitions? What does he want to do as a good guy? Give him something to do, or he's gonna end up like another Noah Newman on here. Because I feel like what I'm concerned about with Gio is that he'll fade away into the background a months down the line, and we just won't see him again, like Miss Wu and Brad. So I feel like just give him a proper, like, even now they could totally write him to say, hey, you know what, like, is it gonna be a love triangle between him and Trina and Jocelyn? He's gay, like what? What's happening here? Like, what's the direction his character is going in? Because I don't really understand. Does he have a secret drug addiction? Right? Is he addicted to something? Is like, what is his vice? Every soap character is going through or dealing with something,
And
right?
see, and see, that's another issue that you bring up as far as Jocelyn and Trina. To be honest, he looks too young to be with either one of them. Thank you, Jonathan. Johnson says Gio should leave. Gio shouldn't leave. They just need to give him better material. One thing they could do is revive him to be, or reveal him to be addicted, sneaking out at night for special supplies.
But then wouldn't that just be like a repeat of the Adam storyline they did on GH? Remember Adam,
Yes.
Johnson's friend, aka Sonny Maurice Bernard Jr., which I loved him on the show. Though honestly, I would have loved it if they kept Adam on. I actually liked Adam's character. I liked it. Maurice Bernard's son got it. He got that juice. He got that juice. They honestly should have kept him on because, but maybe Josh Bernard only wanted to play like a storyline arc and be done. That could
Well,
have been
see,
it.
but see, that's my issue though. Like, Adam came in with issues, right? And Gio just came in very happy-go-lucky, like, yeah, my mom was here and she was very proud to be an American and da 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 this, that, and the third. I was like, man, that's good. That's very wholesome. I mean, it's kind of boring, but that's nice. It's like I don't think they should. I don't think they should sit there and necessarily change him. I think they should sit there and change some stuff around for him. Like I don't know, maybe give him a brother or sister, you know, somebody from his past to come in to kind of, you know, throw him off a little bit, make him sort of responsible for them, or try to look out for them. You know, it's kind of part of my previews for the video, but like, do something like that. Do something like that to sit, because my whole thing is like trying to throw something on him, or make him change in some sort of way just feels kind of lazy. It's almost like, oh man, we made him too good, so we gotta sit there and try to fix him around, as opposed to giving him an issue that's going to force him to change in some sort of way.
Right. Now, Ron, I saw your question, Ron. I didn't see that part yet about Baker on B&B, but if he did take Sheila in for question for Tom's murder, that made sense because she has a killer history. So to me, that didn't seem that wouldn't seem out of the blue to me. I did hear like Deacon talking about that, but that's not out of the blue. I mean, Sis does have a history, so it's just like, can we really be surprised here? You know, yes, he was biased, but like, who wouldn't be? It's Sheila Carter. You know what I'm saying? But I will say with Geo is that you know, with him, like I agree, they got to give him something strong to come in with, because we want to know, why do we care about this character, even if they're a good person? Like, why exactly do we care about them? You know, even with Olivia, we knew that Olivia was holding a secret when she first came to Port Charles.
Thank you, Johnson. Johnson says another thing they could do with Gio is reveal him to have a gambling problem and relative is involved. What do you think about that?
I think that's a good. I think that could totally work. I think it could totally work with Geo, um, or maybe they could do something where he actually develops his edge on screen, right? So maybe he does something nefarious on screen that we happen to see. So which is good, because we're seeing all this great positive character attributes of him, and then it's juxtaposed with him doing something negative. Because we need that in soaps. It's good when you develop out a character for a long time, even though nowadays TV is like Amazon Prime, we need it immediately. But if we can get something in a good enough amount of time where we can contrast that with him being a good guy, it works. So I don't know, maybe there's a phone call for Jocelyn about something. He decides not to give her the phone call. Like, you know, someone says, "Hey, can you pass this message on to Jocelyn? I have a note here from so and so." He goes, "Yeah." And he slips it in his pocket. It's like, whoa, why did he just do that? You know, and we don't know why. And then the writers can take their time, like they always do in GH, to figure out what they actually want to do with this character, but making us interested in the process. But hopefully it's not sloppy enough to where we figure out, hey, they just did this last minute. But I agree, like, because okay, let me ask you this, like Albert, without you giving away the exclusivo Boss Enterprises shareholders video message, what do you think is a scenario you could see realistically for Geo and his character and his look that you could believe could be his vice or his issue?
I mean, not. I mean, it's kind of giving away a lot, but like, I don't know. I look at it and like, okay, so like, let's just go back to this part right there, right? Reveal they could Geo reveal to have a gambling problem and relative is involved. I would rather, again, going back to my initial story, that you had this relative that comes in and they got issues, and Geo has to sit there and be like, okay, well, you know, he's a good person. He's going to sit there and try to look out. Let's say that that relative has a gambling problem, and you guys have to remember he lives in a house full of rich people, right? So maybe he sits there and try to get his hands on some money, whatever, to help out this person. And this person, you know, who owes these people money is in the mob. And, you know, because of course we got to sit there and get Sonny involved. And Jason, I feel like that's the direction that they could sit there and go into. Because we got to get Sonny involved because, you know, it's the Grace Bernard show. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
You know, I could totally see that if he's a relative has a gambling addiction, he's a lookout for that relative, and he finds a way to get them some money. Let's say a relative owes money to a bookie, and he's like, "Hey, can you help me out?" And he steals something from Tracy. Because remember, him and Tracy had a little talk in the kitchen, a little power all they had. He steals something from Tracy to help him out, relative out, and and Tracy notices her stuff is missing. And then not only that, the relative ends up still owing that bookie money, and the bookie comes after and they have a violent fight, and he sees the relative kills the bookie, and then now it's like a whole nother stuff coming in, right? So it's like we can still have this good guy Ed who's like, oh my God, I just witnessed a murder. And then somehow this murder, even though it's just written in, could be connected to someone else on the cast. So Mac or Anna, whoever is the head of the PCP right now, I can't even tell who it is. I think it's Anna. Is it Anna? It's Anna. So Anna
It's
comes in, she investigates the murder, and maybe they find out that the victim of the or the bookie is related to maybe Spinelli's cousin or something, or something like that. Like a character that's significant enough, but also the relative is not that significant enough where it's not going to affect Canvas as much, right? Because my concern is that if you bring Geo in with another relative, I feel like there's so many storylines right now already on the screen that need to kind of be finished, and that's why I was my concern about bringing another person in order for them to have a storyline, as opposed to everybody else that's already on screen as it is. But I'd be open to it because they need to get this guy direction fast, or it's gonna lose its momentum and its steam because we've seen this happen multiple times on GH. Hey, good night, Annette. Good night.
All right. Yeah, I mean, momentum lost. I don't know how much momentum this character has been getting other than when he first showed up and Trina has some sort of reaction of him looking very similar to Spencer. But other than that, it's like he's just been shoved into this stuff. And I mean, like I said, the reason, why I did the video, because I've seen a lot of people say, well, I don't think he should be on the show anymore. I don't, they should kick him off the show. It's like, well, why are we doing that for? Like, he shouldn't be responsible for bad writing. Like, that's what that just comes down to.
Let me ask you this: if he wasn't written as like a good family friend of the Quartermains, let's say you just saw the actor, you just saw him as he was, just his looks, what would you cast him in for the show? What would you write for him for the show? Let's say if he wasn't Geo, but you just looked at him and he says, "Hey, I want to be on GH." What would you write for this guy? Just looking at him, what would you write for him?
Where's the cat about to do?
Yeah, maybe that's okay. All right, go ahead, continue. Jesus. All right, if he was just on the show, he was just a character, what would you write for him? Like this guy
I
said,
don't
"Hey, I
even
want
know.
to be on GH."
In
Just
all,
look.
in all reality, see the problem with Gio, and this is another issue. The problem with him is that, like, I don't know if I would sit there and actually cast him. I feel like he's too young for even Jocelyn and Trina in a sense of any sort of romantic lead. Any sort of romance between either one of them, it'd just be weird. Like, he just looks too young. Like, he's older than what a high school student is, but he's still too young to sit there and really do anything with Jocelyn and Trina. So I don't even know if I would actually cast him.
Right, because we don't know. Do we even know how old the actor is?
I gotta probably look that up. I'm just saying, looks wise, he doesn't. Because I know people have sat there and say, well, maybe he could sit there and be with Jocelyn, but I was like, that looks kind of like her little brother right there. Like, not little brother, but like,
He's
you know,
19.
Jesus Christ. And how old is Jocelyn?
Okay. Eden, how old is Eden McCoy? I'm looking at how old is Eden McCoy. Okay. 21. Okay, they're not that far apart in age then. Right?
No, but I feel like it's maybe, again, I think just like looks wise, I feel like that's just too much of a gap. But
Okay, because so it's just like that she looks older then.
yeah,
Taviana. Okay, how old is Taviana? Taviana's 22. Okay, they're all within the same age range actually, to be honest.
yeah.
I mean,
It's
he
just
does
like
look
I said.
younger. He does look younger.
Yeah, that's why it's just like casting wise. It just would be hard for me to sit there and cast him on the show. Um, Maybe if it was the actor that plays Tate now, I can see him being on the show and him doing something with him, with the girls or whatever. Because at least he looks the part. At least he looks a little bit older than the actor that plays Gia.
Quick sidebar. How do you feel about the new Tate as opposed to the old Tate?
it's not great. He's
Season
not
Lucy is not as
terrible.
good.
He's not terrible. Maybe I just don't care for the character. I mean, the guy can act and stuff like that. Um, but I mean, I didn't really care that much for the old tape, but I guess maybe I miss him a little bit more than this new guy. Not by that much. He's not doing that much better.
Because obviously, with the age, what they can do is quickly graduate them to. They're in their senior year of high school, so they can graduate them quickly to college on days. And we haven't had a teen scene on days in a minute. And I think Carlisle is like, yo, we haven't had this in a minute, so we kind of need to establish that. Um, so I can kind of see. That's why I was just kind of curious about that quick sidebar. But when it comes to Geo, though, I feel like with Geo, what?
Nothing.
Oh, I thought you were signaling something. I thought you were signaling something. When it
Oh,
comes to Geo, like I said, I just think that they haven't, like I said, they don't know. I don't know that the writers know what direction they want to take him. Same with Cameron. I feel like they lost the idea of what direction they wanted to take him in, and so they just like, we'll just write you off because we don't know what more to write for you. Like we kind of like, we don't know. And I feel like when writers don't have a clear plan of where they're taking a character in, that's kind of what happens. So anybody here watches Guiding Light, if you guys remember back in like, I think it was the late 80s when Alan Michael came in on the parachute and he was like, hey, Uncle Ed. And they had a direction for Alan Michael at that point. But as this time went on and they recast the role, they lost direction for Alan Michael. And then eventually he just became a back burner character when he was a pivotal character on the show. And that happens so often. Like even Ms. Wu, she came in guns blazing. Hi, Mr. Corinthos. I was talking to Bradley. And then all of a sudden, she lost direction. They had no direction for her. And she became a back burner character at that point. And that happens all the time when there's clearly no established direction for where this character is going to go.
yeah. I mean, I'm very curious to sit there and see what's going on with the actress that plays Miss Wu. But even just going back to Rebecca and the other actress, Krista, it's just so weird. And it's also, again, I feel like it's disrespectful to the fans of Taylor because I feel like now they're just using her specifically as a prop to sit there and cause friction between Ridge and Brooke. And I feel like the character deserves so much more than what they're doing with her.
The thing is that, okay, so I know you feel like, okay, Lee Cardboard thing, I did see that. I did see it, Jonathan. That was, I like that because you know what? Like, it explains Connie's delusions. She might end up in Bayview when this is all over, but I explain her delusions. Well, we got Lee back on our screens. I was like, thank God. Thank God I got Lee back. If they're going to just bring him back from the dead, I'll accept any weird explanation they want to go with. Because I felt like Lee was that man. But, okay, you were just saying something prior. We were just saying prior to that. I just that.
What was this? I don't even remember what I was saying now.
Oh God, I'm just totally okay. If it comes back to me, I'll remember. It comes back to me, remember. Because you were saying something.
I was saying something, and I have no idea. But I mean, yeah, here's the thing. We talked a little bit about that yesterday, and I think somebody said it was a creepy scene. And the reason why it was such a creepy scene wasn't so much the fact that she was so delusional that she was literally talking to herself. What made that scene creepy was when she picked up the cardboard, there was no music. Like there was just no music. It was just her picking up the cardboard and walking into that dark ass room. That's what made it a creepy scene. Because if they would have put music in it, it just would have been, oh, it's just Kooky Connie, whatever. But that's what made it an actual creepy scene because there was no music.
Wow.
And that's what made it work. That's why people thought it was creepy. And I thought about that shit last night when I was in bed. I was like, what made it? I was like, oh yeah.
Jill
And
Van Phelps talked about that when she was executive producing GH, where she said her producing style was at the end of dramatic scene, she didn't put music, she just allowed the screen to go black because it actually had more of an impact.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I watched it, it was at like 6 something in the morning. So it's like I had to really sit there and think back, like, what are y'all talking about? And then I thought about it afterwards and I was like, oh, okay.
Wow. Yeah, that was. I didn't even think about that. There was no music. Wow, that was a good point. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, it took me a second because usually I watch these soaps early. I try to watch them early in the morning, so this way when I come back home, I have less soaps to sit there and kind of watch and review and stuff.
That's
So
it. You mentioned something about Taylor, about Rebecca Budig, and
that's what it was. And yeah, what
that.
the
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Go
okay.
ahead.
So yeah, I was sitting there talking about that, and I was just like, it's just yeah, using her as a prop, using the character as a prop to sit there and be like, oh, I'm gonna sit there and cause friction. I want to get back with Reg and stuff like that. And here's something else that I did sit there and say. What else my damn soda at?
With the
This is
new
the
Taylor, which to me, okay, did the Taylor before this one seem too young to you to be Steffi's mom?
no.
Because both these Taylors kind of they're the same age. I mean, okay, Chris Allen does look slightly older, and Rebecca Young Budig has a younger look to her naturally, but she is 50 years old. Does that change anything for you now that you know that?
Nope.
It doesn't change anything for you?
Not a damn time.
Because even to me on GH, Carly looks like way too young to be Michael's mom at times.
Okay.
Like
See, I was
especially
sitting
his
there. I
older
was saying
sister
about Jordan and
Rebecca.
TJ. I was
What
sitting
was
there saying
that?
about Jordan and TJ.
Okay. See, okay, because Carly looks like she could be Michael's older sister at times, not his mother. And so Darby says a non-music implied that Connie was going to do something inappropriate to that leak cut out DC. Oh, all right. Get it how you live.
I didn't think of that.
I didn't think of that either. That never crossed my mind. Darby, my goodness, that never crossed my mind. Never crossed my mind at all. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, with the Taylors and the ages. So it's like with Carly, she could be Michael's sister, and I do sit with Taylor with Jordan and with TJ. They could totally, and that's the thing with the old Molly. Old Molly she just did seem very very young. She didn't like somebody who like having a surrogate and all this other stuff. And I really wanted this baby to actually come to term. This is one soap pregnancy. I just wish the baby would have came to term because we spent the last 8 to 9 months fretting over this.
Yeah, it seems like more of a. Here's the thing. That seems more like a last minute decision. It seems more like a last minute decision that they decide not to do because the thing is they set this stuff up so this way when that baby comes they can start this whole cussy battle, right? You got Rick coming in. And I feel like he was probably going to sit there and help with the case. And at the last minute, it was like, yeah, we're not going to do this for some odd reason. But what I want to sit there now, because there's a lot of times that you come to the chat and you're like, I don't feel like, with Haley, I want Haley back, and people pick and choose, right? So what do you mean by people
Mm-hmm.
pick and choose when it comes towards the other actresses? Like, let's sit there and say Kristen Storm, right? Kristen Storm, she she was drinking behind the wheel and everything like that. And yes, that was actually pretty bad. But she got pulled over for flicking a cigarette, right? She didn't hit a bunch of cars, nearly killed a bunch of people and stuff. She didn't actually hit anyone. Haley actually hit someone. So who are these other people that have been allowed to come back on the show that you said that didn't get the same energy as Haley?
Albert came ready for me today, guys. He came ready today. I did not see this coming. This man came ready for me, guns a blazing. I think I have to call for like a short recess in the court. We are not prepared.
I mean, I didn't. I'm not looking at it that way. I don't think the chat's looking at it that way. I just remember you kept saying that, and me just went like, let me get back to that question at some point. And today's that day.
Okay, you came ready. You came ready. Albert came ready. Okay, well, okay. What I'll say is this. Our is face so stoked, like, yeah, return to sender. What's up?
You know what it is? In all reality, I just want to understand where you're coming from. Listen, if you have valid points, I would definitely love to know.
Albert is so subtle in his comeback. I gotta give it to him. I gotta give it. I gotta give it to him. Okay, I will say this. And no, ladies and gentlemen, I was not looking up Kirsten Storm's case, nor Tyler Christopher's case before the guy wanted
I
to
mean, listen,
respond.
if you look it up, no. Here's the thing, because I feel like this is an educational moment, so I like to be
This is. This
educated.
is. Am I freezing? By the way,
You're starting to now.
am I freezing? Am I freezing?
You are
Okay.
definitely
Okay.
freezing.
Okay. I noticed I am freezing too. Okay, hold on a second. Let me exit all my tabs. Okay, I think now I'm not freezing, right?
No.
Okay,
What
perfect,
kind of
perfect,
tabs did
perfect.
you have
You know,
open?
I think it was a site. It was a site that I was on. You know, certain sites when you look up like news sites, they freeze up your computer.
Yeah, and other sites that I go on to that sometimes freeze on my computer too. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay, so in TC's case, it was public intoxication. Um, okay, it wasn't as endangering as Haley Poulos' case. Um, I don't know what happened with her. I would love to see her. It was nice seeing someone grow up on the soaps. We haven't seen that in a long time, guys. Since Kristen Alderson, Eddie Alderson, Kimberly McCulloch. I like that we had her on. And but granted, do I think that Molly would have worked for this storyline? No. I also think it would have worked. It wouldn't have worked for this storyline. But okay, so your question was what made this her case different from the other two, right?
Yeah, because yeah,
Well, I guess that people were just like, "Oh, she drove drunk," and I get it. She did a little more than the other two, but it's like the other two still drove drunk too, endangered other people. Maybe they didn't make a scene about it, but they still endangered other people. So that was my biggest point. Like I felt like she could have been shown the same kind of grace.
but she didn't do the same level as those other people. So
But that's like,
why should she get shown the same amount of grace and she didn't do the same amount of damage?
but you still did damage though.
What did Kristen damage to?
Disturbance of the peace.
Are you serious?
Look, I'm unprepared today. Okay? I'm asking the court for a brief recess.
Okay. All right. We'll rest this for now. We'll do a part two. Do a part two.
It's
We
the
can kind of
first
rest
time
it for
Albert
now.
has caught me off guard, guys. I was not expecting that. You know, this is Albert. This is Albert. Albert's like, he's so calm right now. The inside, he's like, yes, that's a win for the books.
No, I mean
I
seriously,
got him.
no. But here's the thing. In all reality, I wanted to know because I'm like, you know me, no one has spared the rod, so I'm not giving any of them any exceptions. But I just want to know. That's where I know.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you, okay, Darby, I got you. Okay, okay, okay. Let me ask you this. Are you looking forward to the aftermath of this Christina surrogacy storyline, or do you just want it over with at this point?
I mean, I'm looking forward to the aftermath because people in my comment section today listen that they're talking about grieving and grieving together. And, one thing that was annoying me today in this episode was that people was that they're trying to tell Molly how to grieve. You should be grieving with TJ. You should be doing this. You should be doing that. It's like, no, you should sit there and grieve the way that you want to grieve. And like Jordan kind of pissed me off today with her little backhanded comment. And I get that she wants to try to protect TJ, but I'm like, let this girl grieve the way that she's going to grieve.
What'd she say?
I think she was like, oh, well, she said something along the lines of, well, at least somebody's sitting there grieving, as opposed to her sitting there thinking that Molly isn't grieving. She's just kind of running away from the problem. But I'm like, until you actually lose a child, how about you kind of stay in your lane?
Right,
Let
right,
her grieve the way that she's going to grieve.
right, right.
So,
And you know the thing is too is like there definitely is no right way to grieve. But I know that probably the viewers feel like, okay, Molly should be grieving with TJ because like these kind of things can make or break your marriage or partnership for them, right? It can make or break it. It can really make or break it, honestly, because how you deal with conflict is really going to determine, you know, how much stronger, like how strong you guys are. It's really going to determine like if the foundation you set in place in a relationship is strong enough, and can Molly and TJ handle it? And the thing about it is that I'm sure there's a part of TJ that blames Molly because he never wanted to do it with Christina. And then, you know, that's why I didn't like him trying to like pin it on Alexis when he was like, oh, you know, Alexis, what are you gonna do if Molly and Christina? It's like, dude, this is both her daughters. Like, you're just not gonna get her to pick one. It's like it's not happening. And then she's like, well, TJ, I tried to warn you guys. It's the best you got. It's the best you got. The best you got to tell me. And I'm like, yeah. Like I said before, I was like, yeah. Like, what are you trying to do? And it's like, you know, I know TJ's gonna have some resentment, and I don't blame him. But like, you know, and I blame Christina in some ways too. I'm gonna be real. Can I be real? I blame Christina because it's like I really want to do this for you guys. I'm just so blah, 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 blah. And they knew Christina was a wild card. They knew she was a wild card. And Christina, let's be real, has nothing going on in her life right now but that pregnancy. And we want to be real. She has really nothing going on. She's without a purpose, out of direction. That is not somebody I would trust to carry my baby for me because it makes me feel like you're without a paddle. You know what I'm saying? No direction. You're unpredictable. And she was doing unpredictable actions, going to confront Ava, knowing you're pregnant. Like, what did you expect Ava to do in that moment? You know what, Christina, you have bullied me enough. I am going to call the case off. No, and you know Ava is a mafioso. She don't play that. And so when Christina fell out that window, like you brought that upon yourself. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like in a sense that like I understand where TJ would be. I understand them blaming Christina and blaming Molly. Not blaming so much Molly, but more so Christina. I definitely put all the blame on Christina, and she offered, "Oh, let me do this for you, Molly," and it was selfish of Christina. She just wanted to feel worthy. She just wanted to feel valued, and sometimes people don't know how to put their ego at the door. Yes, you want to feel good about yourself, but at what cost? Because even going there to confront Ava, that wasn't about Ava or standing for your dad. It was about you. And then you cost Molly and TJ their child. Was it a boy or a girl? They ever say
girl,
girl? It cost them the girl in the process, and all because she wanted to tell Ava about herself and who she was. And ego gets in a lot of people's ways. So to me, I could totally see this butchering the relationship. And I also think that if they should, well, this is probably why Rick has come back to town. They're probably still going to go after Christina in court. And I can't say I blame them. Can't say I blame them, to be honest.
now my whole thing is, I said this yesterday and it caused a big uproar or whatever, right? I said this in the chat yesterday. I was like, while I do blame Christina because she shouldn't have been there. And like Jess always sits there and says, she should have sat her pregnant ass down. Half that, a lot of that is on Christina. There is stuff on Ava as well. Ava, you shouldn't have sat there and touched her. Okay, I don't know what universe you think it's okay for you to sit there and put your hands on a pregnant woman. I don't care if it's a push, a pull, or whatever. You keep your goddamn hands to yourself. Also put this on Sonny. Sonny, you sat there and you filed for petition. You practically want to be vindictive because Ava released a video practically outing Blaze and it somehow hurt Christina.
Wait, no,
Okay,
wait. Ava released a video of Natalia practically out.
Natalia, yeah. Yeah, and Natalia. And it outed Blaze and Christina was caught up in it. Okay, fine. I get that. You're upset. But you're just being vindictive by, you know, filing for sole custody of Ava. You may not like Ava, and Ava may not exactly have been a good person. Now there's Sunny, but that's just being selfish towards Avery. And then I put it on Valentine also. Valentine, you mess with this man's mess up until a point where he pushed everyone away and had Ava there. That's how mentally messed up he was. Ava, this also goes back to you as well. you made sure that now at that point he had no medication, so he's just all over the place. So my point is that there's a lot of people to sit there and blame
That's true. That's
besides
true.
just Christina.
That's true. That's true. Because Ava is probably the reason why Sunny was going so erratic to take. Because I think at first when she saw Sunny's meds were off, she's like, "Well, this is benefiting me. I'm in the apartment. I'm doing good." Until it didn't. And in a sense, maybe Sunny wouldn't even taken things to this level if he was taking his medication. You know, and I agree, things wouldn't have gotten so out of hand. So I totally agree with you on that. And like I said, I'm still holding Christina super accountable because it was her job to protect that baby.
Yeah,
It was
and
literally
I'm not gonna knock it on that too.
She had one job. She had one. So honestly, if TJ wants to come after her, if Miles come after her, if Joel wants to come after her, I'm here for it. I welcome it. If Rick Lansing wants to come back and tear her to shreds, which then that's a tricky subject because Rick and Sonny, last time Rick came to town, him and Sonny were actually on decent terms. And so that's going to put a rift between the brothers again, which
Yeah,
is sad, you know. But at the end of the day, like I see where TJ is coming from, but his rationale with Alexis, he just wanted somebody to blame. At the end of the day, what could Alexis have done? You can't pit a mother between two daughters. It's hard given that, but you can't do that. And I get it. For him, it's like personal because it's like he feels like stand up for us. But she that's also her daughter too. So it was a tough place to put him. But Christina was extremely responsible. And I feel for TJ. I feel for him the most because he did not want this. He had his reservations so hard about Christina.
he did, but in a sense, and yeah, Darby, Queen Jess is in the chat, aka Diane Jenkins in the chat. But he also didn't sit there and speak up though as well.
I think
He
he didn't want to
did.
cause commotion though, because it's like
I'm saying regardless of the reasons why he didn't speak up, he should have spoke up.
I agree. I think, but he was in a hard place because look at it like it's his wife's sister, and he's trying to keep the peace. And I get it. Like if your child's at play, you can't just keep the peace. I get it. I get it. But he's part of this family, and he's like, okay. You know, she wants this thing good for us. We would like to have a child. Um, you know what reason there for me to be opposed to it, and it allows Molly to be related to the child, right? So, because here's the thing, he's in with the loss. Christina, you know, Molly's dealing with the loss, and Christina's in with the loss. Because technically, this was Christina's baby too. That's the crazy thing about it. It was her baby. That's why she's like my baby, my baby. I understand why she's saying that because technically it is her baby. So it's such a tricky situation all around. And Molly's losing the baby. It's a mess. It's a mess. But I feel for
Yeah.
TJ the most. I feel for him the most because he did not want this foolishness. He really didn't.
I mean, yeah, exactly. He wanted to keep his wife happy, but at the same time, you know what they say, closed mouths don't get fed.
That by the way, that happy wife, happy life stuff is BS. I think we have debunked that in 2024, guys. It is not a happy life.
It's not because you deny your own feelings, and that's exactly what wound up happening with TJ. And that's why I kept Cynthia saying that you know what, you want to sit there and do all this whining and complaining now. You have a big boy voice now. Where was that voice before? I get the reasons of what you're saying, and I'm not saying they're not valid, but at the end of the day, that's a choice you made. And you could, and that was an option, you could have chose to spoke up. You
Well, he kind of
didn't.
did. He kind of basically did.
But there's no kind of, you either you do or you don't.
Okay, he did. He did speak up. He did. And
Well, apparently he didn't speak out loud enough.
okay, maybe it wasn't loud enough, but he spoke up. There's no such opposition could share in a situation like that. And I guess like I said, he probably wanted to keep his wife happy. But like I said, now he suffered. They're suffering a loss. And I think that's the hardest part because I do think in a relationship, you do have to be honest. And you can't just like want to not spare the person's feelings all the time. You're going to suffer when you do that. You're definitely going to suffer. And at this point, you know, if things happen, if he stepped out, I would understand.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, he had an option to sit there saying something. He chose not to. He chose not to sit there and put his foot down. Regardless of the reasons was, okay? The reasons are the reasons. Have a night, Ronnie Ron.
Right,
The
Ron. Right.
reasons are the reasons, but you still chose to stand down. And you have to sit there and take accountability for that. Even if your accountability was to sit there and just let this just ride on out, you still did that.
But
I'm
okay,
standing
and
by it.
one thing I wondered though, he was so concerned about Christina being the mother to his child, but like technically, even if it was Molly's child biologically, it would still be related to Sonny. A little indirect, but it'll still be related to Sonny in the same way.
Oh
Since
yeah, no,
Molly,
no, he was definitely all sorts of messed up with that. Hell, even you dating and look where I got him, Darby. Look where I got him. Listen, I know I'm gonna sit there and be a dick tonight, but look where I got him now.
okay, but is that so weird that a
But
husband is thinking of his wife? Is that so weird though?
it's not weird, but you make choices in this world, and you have to deal with the consequences of them.
You're saying so
I,
harsh
I,
to me. Jeez.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it is harsh, but look what wound up happening now.
Listen, it's not weird for people to put their spouse or their family before themselves.
It's
In fact,
not, but
most people. But hold on. But this is the thing. It's not uncommon or weird. Exactly, Darby. I agree. Don't get married because it's married people who have that mentality. Yes, and listen, people relationship oriented had the mentality, and it's nothing wrong with it, right? Because if he was just all about himself, then he needs to be by himself, right? You know what I mean? Oh, go ahead. You got an opposition. Go ahead, you guys. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm waiting for
How you
that.
doing tonight, Amber? No, here's the thing. I see what you're saying, and you know that comment of if you're all about yourself, you're going to be by yourself. That's not saying you have to be all about yourself all the time. You have to
Right.
pick and choose your battles. Okay. And there's times to sit there and pick your battles, and there's times to sit there and stand down. Whatever way that flows, you have to take responsibility of it. In any part of that relationship, you have to sit there and take responsibility for it.
But do you
And
understand why
that's
he
no.
made that decision, though? Do you
We
understand?
here's the thing. I understand why.
Okay. Okay.
I understand that. I understand why. But at the end of the day, it's still a choice he made. He can have. Here's the thing. You can have all the great reasons in the world for why you made that choice, but you still made that choice, and you will still have to sit there and deal with whatever consequences those choices you made. Yes, it's not sympathetic. I never actually said that I was being sympathetic. I'm saying that you make choices and you deal with the consequences regardless. And regardless of all the best intentions, you chose to sit there and not say anything. And whatever happens as a result happens, good or bad.
But the way you say is like he got what he deserved. It's just like you're not saying it, but it's almost
I
like
no,
you're implying that.
I remember me saying that.
That's why Darby said, "Do you need some oil, you robot?"
See, this is no. First of all, what Darby's sitting there doing is he's sitting there taking one of my comments and kind of just blowing out proportion, and you're doing the same thing. Um,
Because because the thing, because you were going harsh on TJ. Because I felt it too. I felt it too. Because the thing is like, well, you make choices.
yes, you make a choice and you deal with the consequences. That's part of being a grown. That's part of being a grown adult.
But it's also being part of being in a partnership in a marriage is in some ways thinking of the other people, right? Your family, your overall family. That's also part of the choices that one makes. Would you not
Yes,
say?
yeah, it is. It's a choice. It's all a choice. The three C's:
Okay, choices, consequences. What else?
choices. Take a chance.
Okay, choices, chances, and consequences.
Yes, took a
Okay,
chance on Christina.
I could totally
Made
see it
choices, and he has
because
to deal with the consequences.
because here's the thing, like you've been in relationships, I've been in relationships. I know that in relationships, like even for me, like sometimes I'm like, man, why did I do that in a relationship? I should have done this. I should have thought about me. But I'm like, no, DC, like you're in a relationship. You are supposed to think about the other person, not to the expense or detriment to yourself. But you do. That's like part of the one of the prerequisites, the requirements of being in a relationship is thinking about somebody else. If not, you just need to be by yourself. Because somebody's like, no, I'm just doing what's best for me. I own nothing about me. Put me first and be alone. It's not gonna work.
That's not what.
Go
That's
ahead.
not
Go
what
ahead.
I'm saying.
I'm not doing what you're saying. I'm just giving you another perspective.
No, no, I know, but but you keep putting it back to the whole. If you are about your own choices, then you're about yourself. What I'm saying is that make choices, you deal with the consequences. I'm not saying the consequences are right, that they are fair, that they are just, and whatever. But you still make those choices, and you still have to deal with the consequences of your actions, good or bad.
Okay, and what I'm telling you is he is going to deal with them. He is going to have to deal with them, but he made these with thought of his family mind. Because I feel like in the beginning, way in the beginning, starting about this, like you were just implying, like he should have thought about himself more. But he's married.
I'm not necessarily saying he should have thought about himself more. I said that he had reservations and he did not sit there and make the choice to follow through. And as a result, you went along for your reasons of you going along, but that's still a choice, though.
Okay, how would he have followed through his reservation? You said he didn't follow through. What do you mean by that? Take me through that a little bit.
He basically did not want Christina to sit there and be the surrogate, and he should have said, "No, this is not what I want to do.
Because
I'm
here's the
not
thing.
comfortable with your sister. I love you, but I'm not comfortable with your sister, and I don't want to do it." And I would hope that you would sit there and respect that decision and not have that tear us apart. But that's just how I'm feeling, and I'm standing by that 10 toes, put my foot down, whatever you want to sit there and call it.
Because I think that I totally understand that. Like he had to. Because here's the thing. I think sometimes we still have reservations about something. We still go into something all the time in life. We're still not comfortable with something. Because it's like, if it wasn't Christian, then what other options did they have? That Molly also kind of felt comfortable. Because here's the thing, no matter what, the child was going to be TJ's biologically, right? If they we wanted another surrogate, but it wouldn't. Molly wanted to have that connection, that DNA connection to her child. I understand because especially it's one thing if they decide they want to adopt a child and knowing that they both could have a child, that's one thing, right? It's out of complete election of choice. But because Molly couldn't have that, I think that's why the biology aspect became just that much more important to her. Even if it was a capacity to Christina, right? And Christina came and opened and was so ideal about it. And so I think he saw that in Molly. He saw that like, damn, like this baby will be mine, but it won't be hers biologically. Even though we may not care about that, because she was denied that opportunity, this matters to her probably tenfold now. And she wants to feel like I am a woman. This is still my child. I want to still feel connected. And just all the insecurities. That's probably why. I mean, I guess in a sense, that's why you can say they probably agreed. She agreed to have Christine as a surrogate because of her insecurities. Yeah, that sounds bad, but you know what I'm
No, no,
saying.
no, but I'm just saying, like, here's that, like, and I'm not saying that you're wrong. Okay, I'm not saying that you're wrong, and I'm not saying that people need to be a quote unquote, as Darby puts it, a robot. What I'm saying is those are all very good, valid reasons, and he went with the best choice that he felt that would work out for everyone.
Right, right.
Okay, and I get that, but at the end of the day, he still have reservations. You always have forks in the road, and yeah, you may sit there and pick the best fork, the best part that will just work for everyone, but it's you still have to deal with that part.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying there. So,
Now let me ask
um,
this: if you were in his shoes, would you have elected? I mean, let's pretend you don't know what happened now. You didn't know Christina was gonna fall out the window, all this stuff. Would you have elected for Christina being the surrogate? How you been in TJ's shoes?
no, because I know what kind of person she is. I know that she's impulsive,
Right.
and that alone is going to sit there and tell me that she's going to do things without thinking. And although she may sit there and say one thing, her actions or her track record has proven otherwise. And I'm not going to sit there and give you my precious cargo so you could just hope for the best. You don't have a good track record. I was like, no, we just going to go right back to the board, to the drawing board and find somebody else because I'm not dealing with somebody who's irresponsible.
I think probably what it was they agree with Christina is because they feel like they could have more control of the process as opposed to somebody they've never met before. Like they could have because Christina's already naturally embedded into their lives as family, whereas the a surrogate they don't know, that surrogate would have been better lives too, but it's just like difference. Like this is still a stranger, whereas this is my family. Like they probably feel like they might have more of a more leeway into it. So I could see that. I totally could see that.
Thank you, Cherry Ice Cream. Darby says, on one level, I agree with you, Albert, but I could never be equipped to handle things the way you could. I just, my whole thing is, I think what it comes down to is just accountability. And, yeah, precious cargo. It just comes down to accountability, and people can sit there and be like, Well, that's just they're saying it without any sort of emotion. And yeah, you can sit there and even blow it out of proportion and be like, oh well, he gets what he gets, what he deserves. It's like, no. When we all make choices, we have to deal with the consequences, good or bad. That's just how the world works. That's how life works. Um, it's not always meant to be nice or pretty or fair, but it is what it is. And I feel like sometimes that's just the best you can sit there and do. Just accept the consequences, learn from it, suffer through it, and find a way to move forward.
How do you think you would handle it now? Like, okay, so now that the aftermath of seeing lost the baby, if you were TJ, what would you do now? Would you just grieve? Would you file charges? Like, what do you think would be your next plan of action
I think,
beyond grieving?
like, if things went the way that they went, I would probably have to sit there and separate. Because separate, not like break up or whatever, but separate, because I don't think it's here's the thing. He has a lot of resentment, right? Not just probably towards Christina, but also maybe a little bit towards Molly in the way that she's dealing with it. And I don't think that
Mhm.
is fair because she's dealing with it too. And he has to feel how he has to feel. And it's like
Mhm.
maybe he needs to sit there and take a step back with Molly, so this way he won't sit there and pour all that resentment on her, knowing that she's dealing
Yeah.
with the grief herself. As far as Christina is concerned, I don't think I could file charges. I don't think I can ever really sit there and have the same relationship with her on any sort of level.
Yeah.
Um, but I feel like there'll be a part of me is like, I feel like, what's the point of filing charges? She's already suffering every day. Me
Yeah.
doing that just doesn't, you know. I think that's the way I would sit there and go.
I definitely, I definitely think that, yeah, I definitely think that I could totally understand that. The separation part, I get it, but then I'm like wondering, like, man, what if that leaves them further apart? But I guess you have to leave the ego, because here's the thing, like, this is why I think a lot of times people go through a lot of tough times in relationships because they're attached to this outcome, like this relationship has to work. And then that's why you'll see people do stuff that's so off the wall, or they'll accept things they shouldn't be accepting, or they don't give the person space to process stuff because, like, no, I need this to work. I need you to be here with me because I don't want to lose you because we need this to work. And so it's like, in one hand, I understand the separation because they're both individuals, TJ and Molly. Like, even though they're together and they're married, they're both still individuals, and so they still need time to process. But on the other hand, I'm like, and that could just be the ego part of that being most of us in relationships. Like, man, if I let this person like separate and go to another apartment across Port Charles, like, am I gonna lose them forever now? Oh, like, is this gonna set the stage for that? And it's a weird thing. Like, do I? And then I guess now this will be an opportunity where Molly would ask herself, do I put TJ's needs before mine to actually get the baby? But then, because I'm not gonna lie, if I was Molly, I'd be scared too. Like, if I let you go across town, like, how long are you gonna come back? Like, and you already lost the baby, you don't lose your spouse. That's too traumatic. That's like a double whammy, two for the price of one.
Yeah,
So
I mean, like I said, and Darby is not getting over the precious cargo thing. I
yeah,
see, but see, my whole thing is like, again, like, yeah, I'm mad at you and everything like that, but also understand that you're going through stuff as well. And me being resentful, me sitting there saying things, me getting to a point where I'll sit there and say something I can't take back. I'm not going to put myself in that position. I'd rather just sit there and take a step back and not do that to her,
mm-hmm.
and just kind of just deal with it on my own way. Probably may not be the best way, but I know how I am, and I know if I still have love for somebody, I'm not going to sit there and go at them that way. So the best thing for me to do is to kind of remove myself from that situation.
But you realize that because here's a, I like I said, I know there's no wrong or right way to grieve, but sometimes I think it could be easier. People, I'm not saying I think it could be easier, but like sometimes grieving apart, it could help because sometimes you might need space because like there's resentment. You're right. It would be nice if they could process it together. I guess an ideal world, you could cry together, laugh together,
Yes.
each other's sports. It's an ideal world. But then it's like, okay, like this is one of those things in our marriage where it's like for better, for worse. Like, are we going to turn to each other? Or are we going to turn to everything else? And I guess that part of me understands that on some level, because like if you take the ego out of it, then yes, we need to do what's best for us as individuals. But then when we think of the agreement we made as a married couple, wouldn't make sense for us to turn to one another. Because honestly, for me, That's something like for me, even I struggle with in relationships sometimes. Like, damn, like this person should do right by me. They should be here for me. Da, da, da. But then there's other part was like, well, they're an individual. They're doing what's best for them. DC. Like, I even had sometimes remember that, and you got to take your ego out of it. But then at the same time, it's like, no, this relationship. You made an agreement. You know, it's a weird thing because they also don't want to lose it. You don't want that loss at the same time. You know.
I mean, that's why I sit there and say, separate. That's why I sit there and say separation, not necessarily. Oh, we just need to break up, and maybe we'll get back together. The point of separation is that is to prevent something from being worse, to not taint what we have.
What if you get
So
comfortable in separation though? You get comfortable being away from them.
yeah, I mean, and that exactly, and that's the problem too. And then you can be together and try to grieve together and destroy each other in the process because you're still angry and you're still hurt and you're still together. And sometimes you need to
Right,
sit there and just
right.
kind of, you need to kind of just feel that. You need to be mad. You need to yell and everything like that. And whatever you have to sit there and do it, not necessarily do it with each other.
Now, have you ever done that yourself in relationships where you're like, I need a separation?
No, because I mean, whatever problems that I had was never that bad. Where it's like, if I'm together with you, I'm gonna want to cursing you out. I'm gonna want to call you all sorts of horrible names because I've never been in that I never actually been in that situation where emotions ran that high.
You know, and I have to admit, I think in some ways a separation would be healthy. I can't even lie. But it's like, well, of course, there's that part of me that the ego part of me that was like, man, like if they leave across town and they go across town to Port Charles End of the Metro Court. So we have the Metro Court now, no Port Charles End. That's been done away with. But we go across town to the Metro Court. What if you get comfortable? You don't want to come back. What if you?
Exactly, and yeah,
You gotta deal with that.
exactly, and that's always going to be a risk. That's
Dang.
always going to be a risk for either one. But again, that's the choice that you make, right? That's the choice. That's the choice that I would sit there and make, and I would have to deal with that consequence of maybe they got so comfortable they don't want me, and would that hurt? Absolutely, and that's a choice that I made, and I'm gonna have to sit there and live with that. So
Yeah, you know, like, and I think that's very mature of you. I think it's very mature to say, hey, you need to do what's best for us as individuals because sometimes you do have to, even though you're in a marriage or relationship, you do have to take that out of consideration because you're still individuals. Because constantly function in this place of, hey, we're in this, we're in this, we're in this, we're in this, we're in this. And then it's like, yeah, I'm still here. It's like, oh, I can't stand you, stupid ass, like your baby, like miscarry our baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, all those things coming up, and it's gonna be really hard to work through that. So that's a good point, you know. And that's probably a mature perspective. But then, of course, the problem's like, damn, like, let them go across town. They might not come back. Somebody else might pick them up.
also, I mean, in all reality, it's kind of a not perfect world scenario because in a perfect world, then yeah, we could sit there and do it together. We could sit there and grieve together. We can kind of grow together from that. We can maybe be stronger together because of that, because we went through all that. But that's a perfect ideal world that not everyone can sit there and do.
Right, right. I'm reading Darby's comments. Says I see that something you want will hurt you, but I don't want you hurt. So I'm gonna say no to what you want, DC. What are they saying by that?
I've been wondering if Darby has been drinking all night, so I don't.
But like I said, that is a wise thing to do because honestly, and I know TJ's gonna have resentment towards the Davis family. This is why sometimes it's good in some things you don't mix. Oh, okay, okay, okay. When Darby said be cruel to the person now so the love won't hurt later. Okay, so if I see that something you want will hurt you, but I don't want you hurt, I'm gonna say no to what you want. Okay, I see what Darby's saying now. I'm gonna say no to what you want. Just being honest with you, so that way there's not a whole bunch of hurt later on because I said yes something that I didn't want to do. Okay,
Yes.
see that.
Okay.
I see that. Like I said, because I think in TJ's case, like, it's gonna cause a lot of resentment. It's gonna cause a lot of anger, and this is why I think sometimes some things you just don't mix. You just don't mix certain things. Like you don't. I don't believe in working. I would never want to work with a partner if I could help it. If possible. Just because I know how I am. If we break up, I'm gonna be real pissed. I'm a nice guy, but I will turn to a Thomas Forster afterwards. It's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be good, guys. So it's just there's certain things I know not to mix it because if there's an aftermath, how are you gonna be able to deal with it? Right? Anybody I've ever dated, they've never been in my social circles. So I've been able to always have like a great carefree attitude and I learned how to balance myself and we did what was best for us. I could have these zen moments about it. But if they had been in the same space as me, I would have turned into Heather Weber at what is it, Spring Ridge. I'm just being honest. I know myself. I'm totally being honest. So make some good points tonight, Mr. Bostic. Make some good points.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. It was great to sit there and have this talk.
This was a good soap
Um,
opera. That was a good little combo we had there. That was good. That was good.
we've been gone for like 4 hours, right? Well, I've
Damn.
been gone for 4 hours, but I think you've been gone for like maybe what 2 hours and something. I was
Yeah.
sit there and say, yeah, 2 hours. I was sit there and say,
I'm gonna have to do
was
a
it three
video
hours?
on TJ and Molly because man, that was a good combo we had there. That was good. It's a good
Yeah,
point.
and I was sober the entire time.
That was
Um,
good.
but anything you want to sit there and say before we wrap this up?
I have to say, now I'm thinking about maybe this is a really good storyline at GH. The baby storyline's finally getting good because now I'm actually feeling really connected. So even as we're talking about this, I'm like, man, like it's making me think. I love storylines like that can just make you really think, right? That make you go deeper than you just watching something on TV. You're connecting it to a point where you're thinking, it's getting you to think deeper. So I can appreciate that. That's my final point for tonight.
Yeah, yeah, I would agree. I'm very curious to sit there and see how this is going to move forward. Um, Darby said the marathon, man. Yeah, I didn't actually think I was going to do another 4 hour live stream. This is actually my second one. Um, but I'm very curious to sit there and see how the fallout's going to be. You
Yeah,
know, because in all reality, when you look at this whole Molly and TJ and everything like that, and Christina, no one's really the bad guys. People made bad choices, and they're human. They
yeah,
made bad choices. It doesn't make them bad people, but it's very curious to sit there and see how it's going to define them moving forward. Because sometimes that's what makes or break your character, not just for soaps, but in real life, though.
I agree. Mm.
Um, but yeah, I want to thank everyone for joining. I want to thank DC for coming through. Um, Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you as well.
Thank you,
Have
everybody.
a good night, everyone. And I'll see you in tomorrow's live stream.
See you guys in the next live stream, everybody. Thank you guys so much.
Laters.